Welcome to the historic Swilers Rugby Club here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador for the 2025 Canada Summer Games. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little. We're very happy to have you joining us for Quebec and Yukon here this morning. It's a beautiful morning here in St. John's. Matt, what a treat.
Oh, it absolutely is. We've already had a couple of games go down here in women's rugby. Rugby 7's coming fast and furious. Games all day today. We won't wrap up until about 8 o'clock tonight, but we wouldn't have it any other way. These teams out here right now, Quebec in the all-blue, Team Yukon in those iconic purple jerseys. Absolute beauties.
Amazing stuff, and the atmosphere here is unbelievable for this rugby. I mean, we're not big rugby guys, but coming here today has been an absolute treat so far for those first two games. So we're really excited to be here, and finally we made it on air, so thank you very much for your patience, and a thank you to Universum Media as well. I mean, it's always tough. We're just working out the kinks here, and we'll be good to go for the next 3 days of Rugby Sevens. This is Women's Preliminary Pool B, and this is the first game of Pool B. So this should be a dandy. Our first two games today both ended 41-0. BC shutting out the hosts 41-0, and then Alberta taking home a 41-0 win against New Brunswick. There was a lot of nerves in those first two games, Matt, so let's see if it's the same story here for these two teams.
Yeah, it definitely takes a little bit to get into things when you're here for this event. You know, this is big time. This is what you've been training for, and now the moment is here.
Yukon taking the long trip in here. They didn't come for nothing. Playing for the pride of their territory. This is going to be a tall task playing against Quebec. But the Canada Games is all about these stories.
We know Quebec is going to be strong. They are in just about every sport. One of the larger provinces in Canada. Big population as always. Yukon always going to be one of the minnows, always the underdog. But that's enough to inspire you sometimes. Time to go giant killing.
Well, we are underway live from Swilers Rugby Club. It's the first game of Pool C between Yukon and Quebec. So we jump right into a scrum here. Quebec starting hard in this first matchup, as OTA will keep it going. And here come Quebec racing to the end zone. They're going to go all the way. It's OTA leading the charge. Can she get there? She's in. She's got to lay it down. Can she find the time? And she will right there and take a hard bump for our first try of the game. 35 seconds in. Matt, that was brilliant stuff by Quebec.
Found the open room on the corner, made it work right to the line. Now, sometimes these teams do try to, run some time off the clock before you put that ball down for the try. And sometimes you pay the price for it. But hey, 5 points on the board.
So great job by Peyton Otier. And she can tell her kids that she had the first try for Team Quebec in the 2025 Summer Games.
Going for the conversion. Good spot right in front.
When she's just got it in, it looked like it went in from our angle here.
Just wide, I think.
Oh, really? All right, so it's going to be 5-0 to kick it off here. Tough to see from our angle where we are too, so we're going to try our best here. A large day of rugby here at Swilers Rugby Club. 3 games in a day of 34 Rugby Sevens games. And Yukon finally getting possession of the ball here as they look to make their way down the pitch. Lovely passing from them. Lalonde with a wonderful pass. Now tied up in the mix is Alyssa Philpott. She drops it off, and Yukon managing to get out of that. Still trying to power down the field. 3 Quebec players on the 1 Yukon player. That's going to be turned over. Quebec going to keep it moving, running into the referee here. Quebec keeping it in play. It's Maya Carrier. Dropping it off. Moving forward is Lap. Salome Lap. Brought down. Quebec still moving along with the ball. Great work from them as they continue to dig in. They can see the end zone right next to the Tim Hortons truck there. Keep on driving, and they're in for another try. What a hard-working squad this is, Matt. And they are up 10-0 here in this first half.
just got that one over the line. Of course, rugby's different than football. Football, as soon as that ball breaks the plane of the goal line, that's good. Rugby, you got to get it in there. You got to get it down, forward or downward pressure on the ball. A try has to be intentional. It doesn't happen by accident.
Well, 10-0 to Quebec. 3 minutes into our first half, 7-minute halves, plus some additional time if needed. Quick games. I mean, if you get behind, it's hard to come back. It's only 14 minutes altogether. That's what makes this sport so difficult. Well, Yukon will get possession of the ball here. It's picked up by Cara McLean, who will pass it off, and away they go. Alyssa Philpott at center. Moving it up. Hauled down there as Yukon still trying to break it into Quebec territory. They just couldn't do it, and here comes Quebec once again. It's Lapp. Naomi Lapp will leave it. Here comes Wurst now. Abigail Wurst drops it off for Lapp once again, and Lapp with some shifty footwork there. Now she'll leave it behind, and there's a chance for Carrier as she's in the end zone, and she will put it down to make it 15-0 for Quebec. 4 minutes into the first half.
Quebec controlling the play early on here, getting themselves into the end zone a few times. Some good pushback, some good defense from Yukon so far. I love the aggression on Philpott so far. She's been in on everything. The 2024 Female Athlete of the Year in rugby for Yukon.
Wow. Looks like they might have dragged that conversion wide there as well to keep this a 15-0 game. The losing team has yet to score today so far at Swilers Rugby Club. So let's see if one of these teams can change that.
You're right about that, Seth. It did go wide again. We've had 3 tries, no 2-point conversions as of yet. Kicking that rugby ball straight is a lot harder than it might seem on the outset.
And you got to let it bounce too before you kick it, so that makes it even more tough. You got to get a good bounce in order to get a good kick.
The referee wants the ball placed before we can get back underway.
Well, Maddie Parsons going to start it off. She'll flip it over as Yukon looks to make their way up, but Maya Carrier with a heavy tackle. She plays for the Lumberjacks in Quebec. That's her rugby club team. And now that'll be swooped up by Lapp. Lapp keeps moving. She's hauled down, leaps back to her feet once again. Look at her go. She'll make a one-handed pass off to Wurst, and Wurst is hauled down. Quebec still moving along nicely. Look at that tackle. Still moving in, and it looks like we have another try for them. And I believe that was Naomi Lapp, the captain, getting the try to make this a 20-0 game.
You are correct. That was definitely Lapp.
So let's see if they can get this conversion in this time. What a first half for Quebec here. I mean, Yukon have been no slouch. They have played phenomenal so far, Matt.
That's very good defense. Tough angle on this convert try. No, that will fall short. So 5's on the board every time. 20-0, Quebec over Yukon as we approach the end of half number 1.
Well, this is another epicenter of the Canada Summer Games here. We got the Powerplex right next to us, which is hosting basketball. Then we got Swilers Rugby Club, which is hosting Rugby Sevens for these next 3 days. So we've been put in some great areas. We were at King George V yesterday, which has canoe and kayaking right across the street at Kitty Vitty Lake. So we've been pretty fortunate where we've been placed, Matt, during these Canada Games.
That's one of the great things about St. John's. You know, this is a wonderful city, but it's not massive, so nothing is all that far from everything else. If you want to ground hop and check out a bunch of different sports as a spectator, this is a great place to be. As Quebec comes forward again, brought down just before the line.
Well, Quebec in reaching distance here of the end zone, and here they go. An opportunity here. Look at that tackle by Yukon's number 8, Olivia Vangel, the captain of Yukon. Coming up big there. It looks like
That was over the line. That's
Quebec
a try.
got in, but it looked like it was a nice tackle. So 25-0 here in this first half, and I'd say after this conversion kick, we will be heading into halftime.
I believe that was Lapp again. That was the one that got the ball over the line.
Well, what a game Naomi Lapp is having. Plays for Beaconsfield Rugby Club back home in Quebec. And another one dragged wide of the conversion, and that's halftime. It's 25-0 here at Swilers Rugby Club. Matt, great first half from both teams, despite the scoreboard.
That's what we've seen so far we're very early in the games, obviously. This is only game number 3. The first game was a 41-0 scoreline. The second game was a 41-0 scoreline. And right now we've got 25-0 on this one. So it's those second teams have played better in the second half is what we've seen so far. They kind of grown into the game. You talked about maybe some nerves a little bit off the start. That could be a factor in the game, but as you get in there, you sort of block everything out. You can kind of forget where you are, and it's just another game. You're just on the pitch. I'm just worried about tackling the person in front of me, regardless of where they might be from, what that jersey represents. It's just a game. We're just on the pitch, whereas you can absolutely, feel the pressure before the game starts. I'm a bad athlete. That's why I'm a commentator. I cannot imagine the pressure walking out for the Canada Games when you first do that walk out with your flag. I would probably be sick beyond the fence over there. So, hats off to every single one of these athletes in every single sport for being able to be here and be this awesome and represent their province, their territory with pride and passion here in St. John's.
Well, back to the Newfoundland game, our opening game. At halftime, it was 36-0. And then in the second half, they only allowed one try. And it wasn't like BC slacked off. They kept pushing, but Newfoundland nipped it in the bud. You have to start on time in Rugby Sevens. You have to start when the clock is 0. There's no time to make a comeback, really, a large comeback. And it's unfortunate, but it's a tough sport to play.
It is. Everything happens so fast. Like you said, if you end up behind the proverbial 8-ball, it is a little bit challenging, but that's also the beauty of Rugby Sevens. We describe this, if you're more familiar with the traditional Canadian sports, this is like playing 3-on-3 overtime in hockey, right? There's lots of extra space to operate. Anything can happen, and just from out of nowhere, somebody can be just absolutely gone toward a try. So we shall see what happens here in the second half.
Well, in all of our first 3 games as well, a try has come in the first minute of the game. So all teams getting started fairly quickly here in this Rugby Sevens tournament. And now they're getting started quickly here in this second half. It's a try for Quebec to make it 30, just 30 seconds in to the second half. And it's Karima Butelja with the touchdown, the try. Look at me. My American football colors are showing here. So she was a super sub here, coming in and getting a try on her first shift. Unbelievable stuff from her.
That was once again, right? Just out of nowhere. And the conversion is good. Give them an extra 2. That was Haynes putting the ball through the uprights on the conversion kick.
Mary Lou Haynes, another substitute here in this second half. She plays for CRQ Rugby Club in Quebec. And we're back underway here. Well, it's been a fast 3 games here to get this day started. And what a view we have up here from the broadcast booth. We can see almost the whole city here from where we are sitting, the beautiful city of St. John's that we love so much. And we hope that everybody here is loving the city as much as we do. Well, it looks like we're going to see our first scrum of the game here on the far right side.
Yukon in control as they throw it in.
And look at the power of Team Quebec here.
Pushing right through and stealing it.
And they're off to the races once again. It's number 9, Sophia Gibara hauled down just before the end zone. She'll pass it off, and now Gibara has it again. Plowing through, hands it off one more time. Quebec drops the ball. They'll regain possession.
That's a knock-on against Quebec, just a few yards from goal.
Well, let's see what they can do here. And you're allowed to kick it through the uprights as well on the fly. So if you can't seem to get it into the end zone, you can take the risk, kick it up through the uprights for those 3 points. And that's probably even harder to do than get a try.
It is, that's not as popular a play in sevens as it is in full 15-a-side rugby because of the control issues we've seen in kicking already. Not the easiest thing, and you have that extra space to play with in sevens.
And that's snatched up once again right before those uprights there. Quebec on the cusp of another try here, and they're going to get it in. That's Ruby McCullough. Thank you very much, Matt. She'll get another try for Quebec, and La Belle Province is off to a wonderful start.
Still about 4 minutes to play here in the second half. As Quebec adds on another 5, 37-0. We'll get the attempt on the kick again, and it will be Haynes once again lining up for the kick. Nope, didn't get the elevation on that one as it bounces along the ground. So it's just 5 points, make it 37 for Team Quebec.
Well, if Quebec gets one more try, they're breaking the 41-0 streak that we had here today so far. I mean, again, it's the first game for these teams, and it's not like soccer, which we were calling yesterday. You have a couple games to get your groove, and more than one team makes it past the group stage to play for the medal. And we got Gusty in the building, and I'm going to let everybody in on a little secret here. Gusty today is my cousin April. My first cousin April is in the Gusty suit today, and Gusty's walking right here in front of us. What an honor, Matt.
That's not true. Gusty's a real fish.
Yeah, I'm telling lies, everyone. I'm sorry. So here we go. Yukon on the move here. Looking for at least one try to go back to residency with. 2 games a day for these rugby sevens girls and guys. Tough schedule to play 2 games a day. And here's Quebec racing to the end zone once again. Here they go. They're going to break our streak here, Matt, by the looks of it. It's going to be laid down by Sophia Gibara. And it's 42-0 for Quebec.
Yeah, as you said, Seth, these teams still have more action to go today. Just checking the schedule because there are so many games. Yukon will be back a little bit later against Prince Edward Island. Quebec will take on Saskatchewan a little bit later. Yukon also has Ontario and Quebec, Manitoba today, as they will play 3 times.
Wow. Well, a large day of rugby like we talked about earlier here at Swilers, but we wouldn't have it any other way. I'd also like to give a shout out to the people at my day job of Easter Seals NL Summer Camp. Shout out to all those guys and girls there. Definitely missing them today, but I mean, you can't turn down the Canada Summer Games right here in our hometown of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Big kick this time from Quebec to get us back going.
Well, here we go. Yukon on the move again. They're looking for one try, and they might get it here, almost breaking through.
Great job by the last tackler. If that tackle wasn't made, Yukon was on the board.
You're absolutely right, Matt. And now looks like Quebec is going to gain possession here. That was a lifesaver for them, almost breaking the shutout here, or the clean sheet. Not sure what the term is in rugby. This is why we're here to get educated about this sport.
Yeah, Ray making that tackle for Team Quebec.
So we're almost done here, our 3rd game. This day is flying by here at the beautiful Swilers Rugby Club here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. And here comes Quebec looking for maybe one more try here. Literally one more try here as they make their way down the pitch. Tatsumi hauled down. And Quebec regaining possession once again. It's Gibara. Gibara moving forward, almost into the end zone. Gibara will hand it off. Now Bignell Bignell's up and in for another try for Team Quebec. And I think this will be the last play of the game. It's safe to say, Matt, here, the conversion kick.
Likely so. And you don't get a lot of added time when the half was only 7 minutes to begin with.
Yes, absolutely right. And again, so hard to make a comeback in this sport.
Teams are already lining up there in the far corner to come onto the pitch for the next game because things happen so quickly here today. The conversion is wide, and that is done. Team Quebec gets their first victory of the competition, 47 to nothing over Yukon. Again, both these teams in action again later today.
Well, a great game from both squads. Nothing to hang their heads about Team Yukon. It's a 47-0 victory for Quebec. Nice way to start off their Canada Summer Games. We're live from the Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little. You're watching the 2025 Canada Summer Games from Universum Media.
Good morning, women's rugby continuing from the Canada Games 2025 in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. Women's Rugby Sevens from the St. John's Swilers Rugby Club. Ontario versus Prince Edward Island, Team Ontario in all red, PEI in white and green. As we get set to go for this one, our fourth game of the day. Officials just getting into place. My name is Matt Little alongside Seth Hyde here on English commentary. Commentary also available en français if you would prefer. Roger Surrett and Richard Provencher on the call in French.
It's their first time on the Rock as well, from what I've heard from both of them. So we hope they're enjoying their stay here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hopefully everybody enjoying it very, very much. The teams are out there getting ready. Ontario. Oh, we're getting announcements for the starting lineup here as we...
We're kicking it up here for Game 4.
Action comes fast and furious. There's very little downtime. As soon as one set of teams is off the field, the next one is on, ready to go here at Swilers. We've got a lot of games to get through. These Rugby Sevens matchups happen so quickly. If you're familiar with the rugby union, 15 a side, well, this cuts it way down. 7 players per side, although the field does not change, so there's lots of extra room out there. Just 7-minute halves. Things happen in the blink of an eye in this sport. We have already seen a ton of tries.
Oh, we absolutely have. We've been spoiled so far in the first 3 games. The losing team has yet to score at all in the first 3 games, so we'll see if that changes here. Matt, over to you for the start of this one.
Ontario with that opening kickoff, and we are underway. Team Ontario versus Team Prince Edward Island. Referee's going to take the ball back to center. PEI will drop. Little touch of the foot, and we're back underway. Driving forward come the Islanders. And a good tackle as things get mixed up. Rabayev trying to come forward for PEI before she meets the red wall. Her teammates will help out. PEI keeps it moving. Team PEI throwing it out wide to the left. Looking for space, brought down. They'll get it out to Kenny. Kenny forced to come back toward the middle before she's pulled down again. And that'll be stopped and started up again as Ontario gets moving forward now.
Well, you know what? I got to give credit where credit is due to PEI. Small province, playing very well to get started here.
Ontario flying down that wing. It's a sprint, and no one's going to catch her. Over the line, ball down in the opening try for Team Ontario.
Well, I'll take responsibility for that one. I think I might have jinxed PEI there. I mean, that is a wonderful run by number 12, Teeny Epmolo of London, Ontario, plays for London St. George Rugby Club. And she's got the first try for Team Ontario in these Canada Summer Games.
Polo's showing fantastic speed as she got going there.
I mean, I don't even think the referee was going to catch her there. You saw the referee hustling pretty hard as well.
Yeah, that was a full sprint. The conversion attempt is up, and it is good.
Well, in the game just before this one, Quebec missed all but one conversion attempt in that game. It's a tough thing to do. It's harder than it looks, Matt. We talked about that last game. It's way harder than it looks. And
it's just 2 points, but, you know, those could be critical as we go. So nice job. That's number 7, Grace Dingwall, was the designated kicker there, putting the conversion through the uprights. Make it 7-0 for Team Ontario here in the early going. Good tackle. McGinnis getting the arms wrapped around. Players collide as Prince Edward Island comes forward, looking for options as she gets tackled. PEI will hand it off again. Brought down one more time. That's Mpolu again with the tackle this time for Ontario. Prince Edward Island working it out left, missed, and a loose ball. PEI trying to scoop it up, doesn't work, and the referee finally says that's enough. Prince Edward Island will get possession here as we pass the 3-minute mark of half number 1. That one will bounce into the dugout off the kick.
oh, heads up, everyone.
Ball into touch. And one of the more iconic parts of rugby as the ball gets thrown back in.
Well, we can't talk about it enough, Matt. I mean, what an atmosphere here at Swilers Rugby Club here today. It's got that old vintage feeling here, and it's so electric in this building today, or in this field today.
It is indeed. McDonald taken down for Ontario, but they're still coming forward. There's daylight. Ontario over the line, and we'll touch it down for the try. Drew Spencer. 5 more points for Team Ontario.
Well, Drew Spencer, 17 years old from Picton. Wonderful, wonderful job from her to make this a 12-0 lead for Ontario.
And so important when you can go in. Well, this kick is low, so they will not add the 2 points this time around. But, of course, you've got to make that conversion kick from where you went in and scored that try. That's why you see those players rushing back toward the middle of the field before they lay it down in the end zone. It's really hard to get it through the uprights when you've got to do it from the touch line over on the side. You want to give yourself a chance and get down there in the middle.
Well, if there's any player you want kicking it, it is Grace Dingwall. She won Ontario's Sevens Provincials in 2024, and she was the most valuable back at BSRFC in 2024 as well. So safe to say that was a great year for her.
And so many accolades for so many of these players coming into the Canada Games. It's the best of the best that the Great White North has to offer. And Ontario on the charge one more time, through and down for the try. Ainsley McDonnell once again for Ontario as they add another 5.
Well, McDonnell from the nation's capital, Ottawa, 18 years old, a veteran, if you will, on this team. Plays for the Ottawa Irish, and she's got herself a try here at the Canada Summer Games to make this 17-0.
Waiting for the kick. Referee has a look at the watch, adding a few more seconds on.
There we go.
That one's through for 2.
Back in 2021, I'd just like to put a bit of history lesson in here about Swilers Rugby Club. In Labor Day weekend of 2021, Canada and USA played a World Cup qualifier here at Swilers Rugby Club. Canada smoked the Americans in that game, and that was an electric game here at Swilers Rugby Club. It was a sea of red.
So Prince Edward Island taking control. They're going to bring that one back to center after Ontario touched it from the kick. As always, the ball has to go off the toe, off the foot first before things can get going. Nasty fall there as a trip over by Rabayev. And things blown down once more. Ontario gets us back going. They lead 19-0 as we approach the end of half number 1. Ball bouncing out wide. Ontario once again getting it out to Mpolo. And she's flying, turns on the jets. And give her another try for Team Ontario.
Well, Mpolo wasting no time this time around. Her second try of the game. This will most likely be the last play of our first half.
We have crossed 7 minutes. So Ontario will line up for the 2-point conversion. Bounce up and good. 3 for 4 from the convert for Team Ontario as they make it 26-0 at the half.
Well, we got branded rugby balls here for this Canada Games tournament. One of my buddies, Stefan Stojic, who's a rugby player for Rock Rugby U17 team, was showing me the balls, and I said, is there any way you could snatch one for me and Matt here? Very, very cool that they got branded balls for this tournament, and this is the future. This is the future of our Canadian team. We won silver medal at the 2024 Paris Olympics in women's rugby. So, I mean, the future is bright in Canada for rugby, that's for sure, Matt.
And there's so many players that, you know, when you go through the players on the Canada Games site, everybody has their little bio on there. And there's so many of them that say, playing here, you know, what do you want to get out of this? You know, I want to get noticed. I want to have a chance to move up to that higher level. I want to have a chance to play professionally or wear that Canadian maple leaf. You play the game for the love of the sport, you play the game for fun, but so many players looking to make that impact and be part of that Team Canada going forward, and there's a ton of talent here that has a chance to do that.
And obviously, you know, born and raised in Newfoundland and Labrador myself, you've lived here for many years, your wife is from Newfoundland and Labrador. Obviously, we want to see Newfoundland and Labrador do well, but we talked about this in soccer yesterday. At the end of the day, this all comes back to Canada's national team. And in 10, 15 years from now, if you're playing against these guys and girls, you'll be watching them in the Olympics and saying, oh man, I hope they do great. But now they're your worst enemy and your opponent. But it's really cool, you know, how that can happen in sport, how you can be worst enemies on the pitch, and then next thing you know, you're in the village, you're best friends, you know, you're dancing at the opening ceremonies, and that's what these games are all about. We're all Canadian at the end of the day, and we're all proud of our country.
Players are used to it, right? As you come up through the ranks, you end up, you know, changing clubs, you end up moving around. The guys you played against last year are suddenly your teammates this year. So we switch around all over the place. All of these players, I'm sure, you know, many of them, especially in Ontario, compete for different clubs, compete against each other, and now here they all are wearing the same shirt. And it's Ontario going to be in possession as we start half number 2. Referee going to bring the players in for scrum. It's PEI that's going to place the ball and get it back live.
You got to think for some of these teams as well, the time difference has got to make a difference. BC played at 8 o'clock this morning. In BC, it would have been 4 a.m. today. So, I mean, kudos to anyone from British Columbia that got up to watch that game this morning. Or they'd have to watch the French stream because our stream wasn't working at that time, but a shout out to our guys and girls at Universal Media who did a great job to get the stream up today.
Yeah, absolutely. You sometimes forget just how big the country is, just how many time zones we cover. Newfoundland in its own special time zone, half hour ahead of Atlantic time. And yes, if you're getting up early across the country, glad to have you with us. The sun is already blazing here in Newfoundland and Labrador, bright and early. It's a minute and a half into the second half as we scrum once more. Ontario comes out with it. Team Ontario looking for open space. Pick that ball up off the ground and flip it out to the wing. Trying to turn on the afterburners, and she will. Flying forward. Dingwall will carry it in over the line, get right back to center before she touches down for the try.
Well, there's our most valuable back once again of 2024, Grace Dingwall, coming up big for her squad. Ontario have a cozy lead here in this second half.
Now 31-0 in favor of Ontario. Dingwall will take the kick herself for the convert. It's up and it's good. Two more to go to 33 points for Team Ontario. 4.5 minutes to go here in the second half. Ontario kicks off. PEI picks it up and in stride. Trying to run right through that wall of red. Great tackling by Ontario. And the referee gets things stopped. PEI picking it back up as we get back underway. Once again, just no space through the middle. PEI tripped up. Martin trying to find some way through. Now here she comes again. Martin once again brought down.
Wow, Ontario's defense is so strong. I mean, they have played so well this game. I mean, all the winning teams, again, has shut out the other teams so far. Still lots of time for PEI to get to the end zone.
Players down into the scrum. Prince Edward Island places it down. Picks it back up and gets going. Looking out wide on that far side of the field. Can they find some space? That pass missed the mark. Ontario trying to scoop it back up. They do, but they don't get very far. When things get stuck in the middle of the park like this and it's, you know, not really moving, you start to wonder, are we at the wrestling venue? Is that what's going on here? I think a lot of these athletes would do well in that sport as well. Great takedowns. PEI tossing it back. Pass missed. Ontario kicks it forward. Nicely done. Flying down the field. Wide open. No one going to catch her. Mackenzie McLeod flying for Ontario. and scores the try.
Well, Ontario forced to be reckoned with here in this game so far. Really, really well done. PEI still not giving up. It's only their first game of this tournament, and again, a province of just over 100,000 people, and they're really punching above their weight here in this game.
We've seen a few flashes of brilliance from PEI. They just haven't quite had the finish to get around that last tackler. But it is rugby sevens. These things happen in the blink of an eye. As Martin was hauled down again, and back up. Martin trying to drive forward. The tackler, Rabayev for Ontario, just had her by the back of the jersey, the only thing that prevented Martin from going all the way down for the try. Now Ontario flying down that wing. Can she be shut down? PEI will follow, but they won't get there as she crosses the line. Back to the middle before she touches down for the try.
Looked like that was Isabella McGuinness with that try there. She plays for the Kingston Panthers and goes to Queen's University. Well, we can see Gusty giving everybody high fives there down by the fence.
If the mascot comes by and you don't want to give a high five, I don't want to be your friend. Love the mascot. Gusty's been a fantastic ambassador, and he's been put through the paces, you know, doing all the promo work, all the videos to say get involved and be a volunteer for the games. He's been doing that for a good year or more. And it worked. Tons of volunteers out here.
I mean, my question is, how has a fish survived so long on land?
Something special in the raincoat. That is the final whistle. It's kind of like Frosty the Snowman's hat.
Yeah, that's right.
Ontario gets the win over Prince Edward Island. Our fourth game, our fourth shutout. And we're done here. It's Ontario over PEI. Lots more rugby action to come from the 2025 Canada Games.
Congratulations on the game well played. Number 12, Heidi Bedwell. Number 7, Abby Hall. Number 10, Kate Martin. Number 9.
take that.
Number 3, Kipling Black. Number 6, Kirsten
You
Bendiker.
can have some dead space.
Number 7, Patty Fraser. Number 8, Paris Munz. Number 10, Madison Vandal. Number 11, Hayden Gordon. Number 2, Sarah Depan. Number 4, Al McLean. Number 5, Zoe Bardell. Number 9, Gab Thiessen. Referee the match, Christine Lovett.
Women's rugby continues at the 2025 Canada Games in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. On to game number 5. Men's competition will be on the way. Right now, the ladies still on the pitch. It's Manitoba versus Saskatchewan, a good rivalry matchup from the prairies. My name is Matt Little, Seth Hyde alongside. Manitoba in the yellow and black, Saskatchewan in white and green as Manitoba kicks off, and we are underway. Ball dropped. Manitoba will pick that up. Instantly tackled, however. Manitoba pitching it out to the right side, looking for space. Another good pitch, good pass. Manitoba down the wing. Saskatchewan trying to bring her down, and they will. And a good handoff again from Manitoba as they drive forward and forced out. Short of the end line. That's Saskatchewan in control. Manitoba going after that loose ball. Big dive for it. They got it. Trying to move forward. Ball dropped again. Manitoba will jump on it as the referee settles things down.
Well, Manitoba debuting some new jerseys here at the Canada Summer Games. Amber Green is a proud Métis creative with over 15 years of experience in graphic design as publishing manager at the Manitoba First Nation Education Resource Center. She leads the development of culturally relevant education materials that uplifts Indigenous voices and stories. We'll continue with more of that after.
Now these are beautiful jerseys in that yellow and black for Manitoba. They've got the bison on them, and they're in for their first score as Manitoba strikes first. 90 seconds into the match.
Well, now we'll see a nice view of those jerseys. The design for Rugby Manitoba's new jersey is rooted in Indigenous symbolism and storytelling. The 7 bison featured represent the 7 players in Rugby Sevens and serve as a powerful symbol of strength, unity, and endurance. The bison is not only sacred in many First Nation and Métis traditions, but also deeply tied to Manitoba's identity and local heritage, representing both the land and the resilience of its people. Well, what a deeply rooted jersey, Matt.
Absolutely beautiful, absolutely wonderful. It's so nice to see, you know, those touches get incorporated. Nice to see all the cultures represented. As every single one of these teams is a mosaic of their province. No room for Saskatchewan. They'll work the ball back and pitch it out wide right. That ball dropped. Manitoba can't pick it up either, and it rolls into touch.
No tries for the losing team yet today. There's been a shutout in every single one of the games we've seen so far today.
I thought that went into touch. It did not. That was a knock on, and we're going to get ourselves a scrum. Manitoba will place the ball as the ladies line up. Three minutes into the first half. Of course, these halves just 7 minutes long in Rugby Sevens, as there's no space there. Fraser playing it out wide to right. Vandal, she's brought down. Now Manitoba will try the other way. Pass not completed, and Saskatchewan will jump on it. Can they move that ball out and get going? They do. Saskatchewan moving forward. Good pitch. A little stumble, but still moving forward. Good stiff arm. Saskatchewan will get over the line, touch it down for the try, and we're tied 5-5.
Well, Katrina Mattern of Wilcox, take a bow. What a run from her. She stumbled just a bit, but recovered herself enough to get it to the end zone for a try. Matt, both teams have scored for the first time today, which is so great to see.
I would have expected nothing less in this matchup. Once again, teams very familiar with each other, neighbors. That good prairie rivalry. Like Blue Bombers, Rough Riders out here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And give them 2 on the conversion. So Saskatchewan takes the lead 7-5. 4.5 gone here in the first half of the match. Saskatchewan kicks it off. Short kick, Manitoba to pick up, and instantly brought down to the grass. Manitoba will pick it back up. They'll start going right. Not a lot of room out there. And referee will hold play. And we've got another scrum here. I believe that was a knock on again for Manitoba. Those passes, of course, have to be lateral or backwards, not even the tiniest bit forward. Sometimes there's not a lot of degrees of difference between the perfect lateral and one that goes just a little bit in front. So it'll be Saskatchewan taking control here. The 1.5 to go here in the first half. Saskatchewan up on Manitoba 7-5. Saskatchewan out wide right.
Oh, well done.
Looking for daylight, and she's got some. Tries to make a move again, but brought down. That was a good run by Bedwell. Saskatchewan still trying to move forward. Pulled down this time was Martin. Looking for space. Brought down one more time. Bedwell once again. Now it's Manitoba. No space there over on the far side of the field. Manitoba will get it back. Work it across. All the way over to the wing here on the left side. And nothing doing there either. As the ball carrier brought down. Still trying to fight forward. Manitoba picks it back up. Through the middle. Good pitch out. Good defense by Saskatchewan. Not letting these Bison roll. Getting toward the final seconds of the first half. As Manitoba goes wide left again. Stiff arm in there, but it's ineffective. Great job. On her like a cheap suit. We're into time added on here in the first half. As Manitoba's got a little space. No, Saskatchewan says no you don't. And brought down. Abramet's making the tackle. Manitoba still trying to push forward, see if they can retake the lead before the end of the half. Saskatchewan's defense doing a great job staying right with their mark. Great handoff there. Saskatchewan manages to pull down. Manitoba still coming forward. Every time they're down, the ball's up quickly, but they will run out of time, or we still got one more action? No, I don't think the half is over yet. We're still going.
Well, Manitoba in the red zone, if you will. Football terminology here. One more chance in this first half to make something happen.
It's fair enough. It was this sport that, well, not sevens, rugby 15s, the rugby union that gave birth to what we call American football, gridiron football, whatever you want to call it. Soccer purists will make fun and call it hand egg. One more
Riley
scrum.
Frazier, scrum half here, putting the ball in. She was Female Junior Athlete of the Year in 2024 for Rugby Manitoba and the most improved player for the Wasps.
Manitoba still charging forward in the dying moments of the first half. Saskatchewan's wall trying to stand tall. Pitched out wide left, trying to make the move. She's in the end zone and gets it down for the try.
Well, Matt, that play was as colorful as a maple leaf in fall. I mean, that was absolutely beautiful for Manitoba. The setup, the patience to get it into the end zone, to get that try just before halftime. What a confidence boost heading into the second half.
Yeah, that is huge to be able to score right at the death like that. This will be a very difficult conversion attempt from way out. That's not going to work, and that brings us to the end of the first half. So it's Manitoba 10, Saskatchewan 7 after the opening 7 minutes, 7 more to go here in the 5th match of the day.
Well, this day has been flying by so far. You know, one of them frozen quenchers is calling my name over in that Tim Hortons truck. We don't have enough time to make it down there, but what a day of rugby it's been. And again, what a challenging sport it is to play on your body. And kudos to all these girls out here.
Now the women will get a break. Our next game moves over to the men's side of the competition. As of course the women and the men here in Rugby Sevens sharing the pitch here at Swilers Rugby Club. New Brunswick versus Ontario. And then this matchup again, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, this time on the men's side. That is 2 matches away from where we are now. I haven't learned what time everything kicks off because I don't think it matters. The games just come so quickly. I just want to know what's next. But this is a great match. Like you said, Seth, we've seen 4 games already. Nothing but shutouts in all of them. That did not happen here. Both of these teams on the board. A great competitive matchup. Manitoba's been slightly more on the front foot. They've been driving a little bit more, but Saskatchewan's defense has been excellent. It's been very difficult to find space and get into the open.
Well, it's too bad that this isn't the knockouts, because in the knockouts, it's sudden death, extra time to determine a winner. And I have a feeling that this game could finish in a tie here, by the way it's been going so far.
This is one of those games where making those 2-point converts after the try may be the difference as things go. It doesn't much matter when you're going 41-0, but in a close game, 2 points could make all the difference. Saskatchewan to kick off for half number 2. Ball in the air, bounces off the pitch. Manitoba will take it. And instantly, no space in the middle of the park. Good job by Manitoba to pick that up. Good passing, looking for daylight, and brought down. Hall getting her arms around, dragging down the ball carrier. Manitoba this time out on the wing. And another good tackle by Saskatchewan. Manitoba out there gaining yards, but they're hard fought. Trying to go through the middle, trying to power through. Brought down, good handoff. Hard battle in toward the end line. Manitoba will toss it back, try to find some space. Good support of the teammates. Saskatchewan just not allowing anything to open up. Now Manitoba trying to find some open space over here on the right side. Moving forward, fakes the handoff, brings it forward herself, but brought down just short of the line. Ball on the ground, Saskatchewan going for it. And they are going to come up with possession. Deep in their own end. Oh, and great tackle by Manitoba. Keeping Saskatchewan pinned in their end of the pitch. They'll toss it back just in front of the goal line. Now inside. Ball dropped, and that's going to be a knock-on. Get us a quick stoppage in play. Some subs being made as well.
Well, Saskatchewan in the danger zone right now. They're going to have to get it out of their own half quickly. Maybe a kick might be the play here.
You might be right about that one, Seth. Sometimes it's just about field position, and you need to be not playing directly in front of your own goal line. But Manitoba in possession, looking for the try. They'll pitch left. Off the fingertips. Good recovery, though. Manitoba now back toward the middle of the park. Good passing. Manitoba leans forward just short of the line again. Now trying to drive forward, power this thing forward.
They're in.
That is in. Manitoba took a full 2.5 minutes here in the second half. But they get through and score, we think. No, they did not. I'm sorry.
Well, the fans started to celebrate here. It looked like the players did as well.
More substitutions being made by Saskatchewan. Nedorf and McDonald coming into the game. So 3 minutes into the second half. And Saskatchewan's been working this goal line stand, trying to keep Manitoba out of their end. They've done it thus far. Scrum just in front of the upright. Manitoba has control. Pass in behind, but a great job to pull it in and keep possession. Another good tackle from Saskatchewan. Now a little bit of open space. Manitoba out to the left side. Pass missed off the fingertips again. Or that could have been in. Manitoba playing with the lead here. Suppose they don't need to score, just keep it into this end of the pitch, not let Saskatchewan downfield, but 3 points, you'd certainly like to put a few more in between. That's not exactly a comfortable lead, even with only about 3 minutes plus stoppage time left. Manitoba ball carrier brought down again, but they are right back on it. Relentless, Team Manitoba. Good pass before the tackle. And another great tackle by Saskatchewan, forcing the ball carrier back. Manitoba now sending it left, all the way out to the wing. Little stumble, good little spin, and then a handoff again. Now Manitoba brought down one more time. Still in possession. Team Toba coming to the right, brought down again. I'll pick that ball back up. Another pass slightly off. The referee will stop things again. Feels like we've played the entire half down here in this one end.
Well, you got to give credit to Saskatchewan's defense here. They've shut down Manitoba nicely. Manitoba could have easily had multiple tries here in this second half, but Saskatchewan saying no, no, no.
Well, we thought they were in once, but came up just short of the line.
That's got to be a confidence booster for Saskatchewan as well, getting that nice break here when they need it. Just 2 minutes to get it down the field. Even a kick in through the uprights would tie up this game for them.
Manitoba, here they come again. And another fantastic tackle as Nolan gets her arms around and brings her charge to the ground. Manitoba continues to maintain possession and look for a way through that green and white line. Another great tackle. But Manitoba's still there. Team Toba. Every time they find somebody, they're closed in just instantly. Out on that wide wing. They'll toss it back. Good play. But the arms right around the waist. Another player to ground. Now Saskatchewan does have possession. Can they make anything of it? We're past 6 minutes. So Saskatchewan needs to get down the field quickly, Seth.
It's too bad this is an American football and you can't just launch it down like a Tom Brady throw. They're going to have to get it up quickly.
There's no Hail Mary. There's no timeout here. That clock continues to move, working against Saskatchewan. They're still in possession. More subs. Manitoba changing things up.
And this will most likely be a tactical change here. Just a couple seconds left in this game.
Despins, McLean, Anyuke all coming into the match for Team Toba. Scrum as we approach the full 7 minutes of regular time. It's Manitoba. Pass slightly behind, but picked up off the pitch. Manitoba still there. Saskatchewan forcing out wide and pulling down the ball carrier over on that far side of the pitch. Lots of instructions being shouted.
Well, Manitoba going to throw it out of play, and it looks like that's going to do it here, Matt.
That's all they were saying from the bench. Just send it out. Just send it out. Get those last seconds off the clock. We don't need anything else crazy to happen. And sure enough, that is enough. A very close matchup. It ends up 10-7. Team Manitoba gets the victory.
I think safe to say that that's been our game of the day so far. What a wonderful job by both of these prairie provinces. Well done to both of them, and now it's on to the men's side of things, Matt.
You got it. Men's coming up in just a few moments. It is 10-7, Manitoba over Saskatchewan at the Canada Games. Men's Rugby Sevens underway at the 2025 Canada Games. It's Ontario versus New Brunswick. Ontario in the red, New Brunswick in white with that green and burgundy trim. As Ontario looks for their first score of the game here in the opening minutes.
Ontario looking a lot like our Munn Seahawks here with these all red uniforms.
They certainly do. And charging forward, got his foot free, in over the line and scores. Joe Kaufman gets the opening try for Team Ontario.
Well, Joe Kaufman has good DNA for rugby. His mom and dad played at university and national levels. He was on the Canada U20 Oceania team in 2025, which won silver. And he was just 17 playing on that U20 team. Wow.
Yeah, as an underager, what a job. And just what an experience for those guys to be able earlier this year. 2 points are good. Travel to Fiji for that tournament where they beat Samoa, they beat Tonga. They did lose to the host Fijians to take silver, but an incredible opportunity to do that to some guys from Ontario, guys from BC that were on that team as well. We're going to be seeing all of them over the next 3 days. So 7-0 Ontario here in the early going, just over 90 seconds in now. And Ontario will kick off to Manitoba, that was the last game, to New Brunswick. Things go fast and furious here as Ontario just downs it. And here goes Team NB, as they'll place it back at center and get moving. New Brunswick will pitch out wide and then drive back through the middle of the park. No space there. Some good tackling as the referee closes things down. Scrum with Ontario to place the ball.
Well, Charlie Preston, who's in that scrum, is from Ivy Bridge, United Kingdom. Now playing for Team New Brunswick. He was New Brunswick Rugby 7's MVP, so he's a great asset to have on that squad.
Ontario looking for space. Good tackle by New Brunswick. Eventually, I'm going to get that right. Ontario, great pass out to that left wing with some speed. There's one defender back, but can he get there? Closing the space, but not going to get there in time. Ontario over the line and down for the try. Charlie Preston putting 5 more on the board for Team Ontario.
Well, get Charlie Preston in track and field after that. What a run from him to get that try and to give Ontario quite the comfortable lead 3 minutes into this first half.
Preston will try the convert as well.
I think that might have been Briar Barron there for Ontario. We got a long day here at Rugby, folks. Forgive us for that.
My apologies, I got the wrong list in front of me.
Briar Barron.
I'm going to get this right eventually.
He was Rugby Ontario Junior Player of the Year in 2024. So again, a good asset. And like I said,
nice
get
job,
him out,
Barron.
get him in the 100-meter dash with that speed.
Now New Brunswick needs a way out of their own end. Ontario all over the ball carrier there. Rugby, one of those few sports where you knock your own player down on purpose just so you can get down, protect the ball, and get it back to a teammate. Absolutely fierce battles down there, but that's what these guys live for, is that competition. And New Brunswick will get it on the ground, try to get it back to a teammate, but referee will call a knock-on against New Brunswick.
Well, the crowd is starting to pour in here at the Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. Even provinces and territories with no kids out there playing are still here watching these games, and lots of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians here in attendance to take in some wonderful rugby.
5 minutes already gone here in the first half, 14-0 to Team Ontario as they scoop it up. Ontario pitches wide right, charging forward through the defenders and down for the try. Team Ontario's number 5, Devon Henry, gets himself 5 points.
Well, Devon Henry, 20 years old from Whitby, plays for the Oshawa Vikings, and he's going to Wilfrid Laurier University. Well done from him, and an excellent start by Team Ontario.
Rahiri to go for 2. Straight through the uprights. Perfect start thus far for Team Ontario. 3 times into the end zone, and all 3 getting the extra 2 points as well. Into the final minute now of regular time here in the first half. Ontario kicking off. Picked up, and Ontario charging forward. Ontario avoids the tackle into the end zone and down for the try.
Well, there's Briar Barron once again with another wonderful rush from him. The man from Holland Landing plays for the Aurora Barbarians, goes to Queen's University. He's got his 2nd try this game and his 2nd of this first half.
Barron showcasing himself very, very well. Player down for Team New Brunswick. Athletic trainers will get out there to have a look. And some of the subs come on with some water for these guys, as looks like it's going to be the theme for at least the early part of these games. It is hot here in St. John's. Sun absolutely blazing. Very important to stay hydrated. I've got sunscreen on, and I can already feel my arms burning anyway.
Well, still lots more rugby to come today. This is just the 6th game of 34 today that we will be covering. We got a lot more tomorrow and a lot more on Wednesday. We have every single Rugby Sevens game right here at Universum Media. You can also find the game on CBC Gem, NTV Plus, and on YouTube and the Canada Games website and app. So you can watch it everywhere.
Yeah, so many ways to check out the action. In order to give these athletes a break here at Swilers, with again the men's sevens and the women's sevens competitions going on the same pitch. We've been playing 5 games, 5 games, 5 games, 5 games, switching back and forth between the men's and the women's competition. We had the first 5 games for the women. This is the first one for the men. And the next 4 here for the men's side will be the Prairie rivalry once again, Manitoba versus Saskatchewan. That's coming up after this game. We've got British Columbia and Quebec after that. East Coast battle follows that one. Newfoundland and Labrador against Team Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island against Yukon. That will finish off that section of men's matches. And then it'll be back over to the women's side. We've already seen 5 games go on in women's rugby sevens here today at Swilers. Couple of 41-0 matchups to get things started. 47-0 Quebec over Yukon. It was BC over Newfoundland and Labrador. 41-0 on the women's side. Alberta defeated New Brunswick 41-0 as well on the women's. 47-0 Quebec over Yukon. 43-0 Ontario over Prince Edward Island. Once again on the women's competition. And then 10-7 Team Manitoba over Team Saskatchewan in the women's competition as well in the last game that we just had on the pitch here at Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's. A tremendous amount of games, as Seth was saying, all day long. Our injured player getting a few claps from the crowd, just about up to his feet. You know, there are differences going on. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Seth. The women's rugby sevens is a U17, and there's the clap for our player who's up and walking off under his own power. Great to see. The women's rugby sevens is a U17 competition. The men's rugby sevens is U20. So the player's a little bit older, a little bit bigger, a little bit faster. They hit a little bit harder. And this is the first year for men's rugby sevens as well. There was women's rugby sevens was at the last Canada Summer Games, but not the men's.
No rugby period. No rugby 15s,
period.
No rugby period for the men's. There was rugby sevens for the women's in 2022. The last edition of rugby was 2009, and that was rugby 15s.
I think it makes sense to have the sevens as part of the competition. It's just a little bit less space in the athletes' village. And you still get to have rugby. That's the end of the first half. So 28-0 Ontario over New Brunswick after the opening 7 minutes. A little bit of adversity for Team New Brunswick. Of course, you never want to see a player go off injured, but glad he was able to get up and walk away and hopefully can rejoin his teammates. It is rugby. It is impossible that everybody is going to get out without any bumps and bruises. It's just the very much the nature of the sport. But no one who traveled all the way to the Canada Games wants to spend any time on the sidelines, right? This is such a major event. These guys want to be part of it. They want to be on the pitch. They want to be out there making things happen.
Well, you're absolutely right, and it got to be bittersweet for everyone here. These teams have been together for years. And now, over the course of 2 weeks, they're going to be done. So, I mean, bittersweet for all these guys. They become so tight, such good friends, and by the end of the week, it'll be over.
Play as long as you can, enjoy it. Youth sport doesn't last forever. Eventually, you do age out of it. Ontario to kick off here in half number 2. Referee's whistle. And here we go. New Brunswick will field the kick. Move forward. Oh. Looked like he shook off a tackle, but the referee says hold up. And we'll bring it back to the center line. New Brunswick will go from there. New Brunswick shakes off the first tackle, but not the second. Still in possession of the ball. Looking for an option is Griffin. He'll put his shoulder down, charges through one man, but knocked down by the second. The referee shuts things down. It'll be Ontario to take over.
Well, what a hustle there by number 5, Devon Henry. Really, really well done from him.
Huge kick.
Ontario fired up about that. I think they were more fired up about that than all the tries they've got this game, Matt.
Hey, it's nice when you can pull something off just right, just like you planned. And that's winning the field position battle there as they put that ball into touch way down toward the corner, deep in the New Brunswick end. Players up. Great lift from Ontario.
Well, the Ontario ladies saying, let's go, Devon, after that wonderful kick.
Ontario looking for space. Can't split the defenders as he gets brought down. Now Barron will hand it off. Henry looking for space out wide right. He'll put the shoulder down. He'll get there. Able to turn the corner. Still hasn't put it down. Now he will. And that's another 5 points for Henry, his second try of the morning.
Well, can we say, Matt, let's go, Devon. He's got 2 today. 1 in the first half, 1 in the second half. And he was the man pulling the strings behind all that. It started with his deep kick a couple moments ago, and now he's got another try.
Looks like the first miss of the day on the 2-point attempt for Ontario. So give him just the 5, make it 33 for Team Ontario here. A little over 2.5 gone in the second half. Rahiri kicks off. That one going out wide and takes a bounce off some hands and goes into touch. Change being made for New Brunswick with Driscoll coming in. Ryan Driscoll, number 11 coming in. He'll replace, I believe that's number 1, Charlie Preston coming out. Ready for the scrum. Players together, ball is down. New Brunswick will pick it up. New Brunswick looking to get on the board, make something happen here in this second half. Ontario certainly not making it easy. New Brunswick doing well to maintain possession, instantly tackled. Ontario coming in fast. Great foot speed, great closing ability by some of these players. And the tackling, just textbook, coming in low, not giving you any chance to get moving, wrapping up those legs.
Well, New Brunswick starting to get their mojo going here in this second half. Again, it might have been a case of the nerves, but they have played really well here in these last couple minutes since Ontario's last try.
Now, once again, we don't have historic stats for this because we haven't had rugby sevens in men's, but certainly in most every sport you expect Canada's most populous province to have a good group of guys and come in and be one of the favorites, be one of the teams to beat in just about every sport. New Brunswick, oh, great move there, a good roll. He's got one defender back, can he beat him? Oh, wonderful tackle. Barron got the arms around. It was the only thing keeping New Brunswick off the scoreboard was Barron.
Well, New Brunswick getting some momentum here. Listen to their fans as they charge down the field.
They're fired up now and on the attack. New Brunswick down the wing, brought down just short of the goal line. Still trying to move forward. The referee stops it. New Brunswick back in control again. Kind of stretch out. It's there! Try Team NB.
Well, listen to the thrill of the fans. New Brunswick earned that one. Really, really well done. Nice perseverance to get all the way down the field so patiently. And they've got a try, and both teams have scored here. And that'll be good carrying into their next game to have that confidence booster with them.
Absolutely, that is huge. In a minute and 20 seconds, are you going to come back from 33-5 down? Probably not. But like you say, that gives you some momentum. You were able to come here, you're able to get into the end zone, score against Ontario. It gives you that little bit going forward, and you're ready to go for your next matchup. Big, big points for Team New Brunswick, and it means a lot to them as we had that great swell of noise. New Brunswick has clearly traveled well. Whether you took the ferry or flew, we're happy to have you here. In the final minute of regular time, as Barron hands off for Team Ontario. Worked around. Good job evading a tackle and moving forward. Pushing hard. Ontario down the wing. Can they catch up for the tackle? They will not. Into the end zone. Ball down for the try. It's number 10, Cohen Schroeder for Ontario. That gives them another 5.
Cohen Schroeder coming off the bench for the second half. Gold medalist in the Ontario Summer Games in 2022 and 2024. He also won gold at the Tropical Sevens in Tampa Bay, Florida, U18 Elite.
A lot of these guys have played in that Tropical Sevens tournament. You know, if you've got a chance to travel to Florida, why not, right?
I mean, this feels a bit like a Tropical Sevens tournament here with the weather we're having.
You're not wrong. Again, it is warm. These players playing in some tough conditions as they make the convert. Another 2 points for Team Ontario. Rahiri putting it through, and that is the final action of the game. Team Ontario gets the win 38-5 over New Brunswick to start off the men's Rugby Sevens competition at the Canada Summer Games 2025. Keeps coming, thank you. All right, so we're switching around here.
All right, let's do it.
They get out towards center, go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful Swilers Field here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, the oldest city in North America. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little for some Rugby Sevens action here in St. John's. And we're very excited. Two rivals, Team Manitoba, Team Saskatchewan. The ladies' teams played against each other earlier today with Manitoba winning 10-7 in a thriller. So let's see if it'll be the same old story all over again, just like Triumph said in their song, Lay It on the Line. And that's what these teams are going to do.
That game in the women's between these two provinces was played absolutely in the trenches. See what we got here.
It was a phenomenal game, and you wouldn't expect any less from both of these teams. And we are underway here. A fast start, a quick stumble by Bryn Rondeau as he goes to ground, leaves it behind. Luke Thompson will keep it moving, and some wonderful passing by Saskatchewan as they look to bring it up the field with some energy here. Manitoba will intercept and make their way back up. Lots of bobbles here as it'll be picked up by Riley Freiheit. Freiheit turned it over, and it will be Manitoba ball here. 40 seconds in to this second half. Back in play here, it's Matthew Zerba. Hauled down. Now it'll go back to Saskatchewan once again. They'll check it in quickly and keep on moving. It's Logan Jones flying ahead. Logan Jones with lots of space. Dancing through the defense here. Jones will spin it over, and wonderful defending by Manitoba. The ball comes loose. It's picked up by Newdorf, the captain of Saskatchewan, hauled down just before the end zone, leaps back to his feet, continues to try to drive it in here. Saskatchewan with some wonderful passing. Thompson keeps it moving across to Rondeau. Rondeau, Regina native, 18 years old, keeps it moving. Wonderful fake there. That's brilliant from Saskatchewan. It's going to be a touchdown for Logan Jones. Brilliant stuff.
Opening try of the match. It was Manitoba that got on the board first in the women's game. Saskatchewan strike first here for the men.
Logan Jones, another Regina native, plays for the Salish Sea Warriors. And he's got the first try for Team Saskatchewan.
In great position to try to make the extra 2 points. Nope, just didn't connect with it. So 5 points, Saskatchewan.
Well, back at center once again. Still lots of time for Manitoba to get one try here as the ball bounces high in the air, goes to Saskatchewan, and Manitoba will take over just about halfway.
The kick not going the right way. The referee wants him to come back to center for this. So a little touch off the foot.
Freiheit will start it off. Scott Gower moving along with it as that goes out of play.
Cottrell just kicking it out for Team Manitoba.
And here we go. Here's where the gymnastics comes into play here. Watson on the throw. Watson with a brilliant throw, and Saskatchewan back in possession here. It's Logan Jones, the man with the try, flipping it over. Tishizny moving along with it. Tishizny losing the ball, but giving it to Newdorf. Newdorf keeps moving, hauled down there. Nice defense by Manitoba, and now we'll get a whistle here. And Manitoba will gain possession.
Just our second men's match of the day. Ontario over New Brunswick in the first, just a few moments ago, wrapping up.
And Manitoba going to punt that out onto the practice field down there. Maybe they were going for the wrong uprights on that play. Well, a low-scoring start to this one. We've been pretty spoiled with tries here so far today. A defensive game between these two prairie rivals.
Players have to go up one more time here. Manitoba throwing it in this time. Ooh, it's a big throw over everybody.
Tall throw here as Saskatchewan gets it moving. And here they come on the counterattack. Let's see what they can draw up here. Lots of speed on the Saskatchewan lineup. It's Luke Thompson racing away. Luke Thompson holding on in a beautiful drop back pass. To Shisney into the end zone. He's got the try for Saskatchewan.
To Shisney, the 20-year-old, and a great catch as that pass to him was really low. He had to get the arms down, just caught it with the ends of the fingers, able to pull that in, get control, and get in for the try.
Well, to Shisney, the Prince Albert native, picking up another touchdown for Saskatchewan to make this a 10-0 first half.
Way out here for the convert attempt.
He's going to steer that wide of the uprights to keep this a 10-0 game.
Good attempt from Logan Jones.
Well, one try and conversion, and Manitoba's right back into this game.
5 points to Saskatchewan.
Oh, absolutely, it doesn't take much. Things happen so fast here in sevens.
Well, Manitoba keeping it moving here as they're looking to power down for their first try of this game and of this tournament. Multiple fakes here as they push their way up through the crowd. So many people here for this matchup here today. Again, not very big turnaround time, so lots of people sticking around to watch these games. And here come Manitoba almost breaking through. They're still going here. It's left behind as Manitoba looking to draw something up. Wonderful passing from them. Look at this, from one end of the field to the other, and away they go. Here's an opportunity for Manitoba. It's Cottrell into the end zone. Can he get it down? Yes, he will. Manitoba on the board at the Canada Summer Games.
Great job to break that tackle and get himself in there, Shea Cottrell. 19-year-old out of the Winnipeg Wasps program.
Well, what a great thing to happen for Manitoba here just before halftime. If they can convert this, this would be wonderful for them. It's a tough kick. He's got it.
Oh, it's a beauty.
Well done. It's a 3-point game heading into the second half at the beautiful Swilers Rugby Field in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. It's a sizzling summer day, a packed house here at Swilers. Myself and Matt Little, we're very happy to have you joining us from wherever you're watching. And mad respect to all the fans in Saskatchewan and Manitoba who are getting up early in their time zone to watch this game. So a huge shout out to you guys.
Yeah, just doing a little math in my head to see what time it is out there. About a little before 7 in the morning right now for this matchup.
Wow. Breakfast with Seth Hyde and Matt Little.
I got to tell you, I wish we could see more of these, and we will see as the competition goes on, more of these prairie teams right now, because they're the ones putting on a show. Some good close matchups, back and forth, strike for strike. You got to like it. For a neutral like us, that's exactly what you want to see. So any of the Newfoundland fans that are just hanging out right now, and I see plenty of Newfoundland shirts in front of us right now, getting to see some great matchups.
Well, our next match is going to be another heavy hitter at 10:34. We got BC and Quebec coming at you, and then after that, it's an all-Atlantic matchup. Newfoundland and Labrador versus Nova Scotia at 10:56. This place is going to be rocking. So we got 3 dandy matches here coming up for you guys. One right now, you don't want to miss BC Quebec, and you definitely don't want to miss the host province taking on Nova Scotia.
You know, it's always loud when Team Newfoundland and Labrador takes to the pitch, the floor, the diamond, whatever it is at these games.
Well, when we were here this morning at 8 o'clock, the women's team was down 41-0, and their fans was still making the balcony up here shake from their excitement. So great atmosphere here at Swilers Rugby Club as we are underway for this second half. These round robin games can end in a draw. So if both of these teams are tied, they will both pick up 2 points. You get a point even for a loss in Rugby Sevens as here comes Manitoba, looking to jump ahead with the lead for the first time this game as they make their way down the field. Lots of energy from the boys in yellow here. It's Freiheit holding onto the ball, passes it over, almost picked off by Saskatchewan. Manitoba will nicely recover the ball just 50 seconds into the second half.
That was a good deflection by Jones, got up for it, couldn't quite bring it under his own control, but able to get himself in the way. And Manitoba looking for a sub here.
Well, here we go, minute 05 into the second half, 10-7 Saskatchewan in this all-prairie matchup. And it looks like they won't be able to get the sub off here.
Nope, coach said not yet.
Tight scrum there. Both teams kicking into defensive mode here in this second half. That's what we saw in the female game in that 10-7 win for Manitoba. It was just defense, defense, defense in the second half of that game.
I mean, Manitoba was pushing all throughout the second half of that game, but it was Saskatchewan's defense that just refused to break along the way.
Oh, look at that from Saskatchewan, that power. As they keep the ball moving, here they come. Moving up the other way, and looks like it's going to be Manitoba ball here as they're looking to move quickly. Subs were about to come on. Manitoba so eager to keep going, and on they come here.
For Manitoba, that'll be Keats McCollum and Nicholas Clark coming onto the pitch. Coming on for Team Saskatchewan, there were two guys as well. Trying to have my eyes dart at both of them running onto the pitch at the same time.
Well, Keats McCollum is from Kamloops, BC. Plays for the Winnipeg Wasps. And Nicholas Clark is from Winnipeg, has played 2 years of rugby, and his football friend was the one that recruited him.
There's so many of these players, like, I've been playing for 13 years, I've been playing for 14 years, and then you got the guys that are just naturals, right? I've been playing for 2 years, I'm at the Canada Games, no big deal. But if he came from the gridiron, there's, needless to say, transferable skills.
Well, I've played hockey for 14 years, and the best I ever played was A. So, I mean, a guy come in, plays 2 years of rugby, he's on Canada Games. He's put me to shame. Well, here comes Manitoba looking to make something happen. Look at this speed. Nobody can catch him. Oh, my goodness, what a shifty move. And he's in for the try.
No. They caught him at the ankle.
Oh, my gosh. Caught him
last
right
moment.
at the end. Unbelievable. At the death there, Saskatchewan making an unbelievable play.
That was some tremendous moves to get down there, and the desperation tackle just got him.
Spoke too soon there, thought he was in.
Well, it was an emphatic wave off from the official because, well, a lot of people thought he was in, making some great moves on that rush. Instead, we get the scrum just under the uprights.
Saskatchewan didn't let us have that highlight try for Will Minor. Now here they come up the other way. Maybe an opportunity for them, flying down the side. It's Logan Jones who had the opening try of the game, leaving it for Watson. Watson keeps on moving. Watson staying on his feet, finally brought down there. And look at this power for both teams. Not giving each other an inch here. Because if you give one of these teams an inch, they're going to take a mile, and they've shown it in this game so far.
Only got about 3 minutes to go. Manitoba down 3.
Almost rolls out of play. Nice recovery by Demadash. Very cool last name, I might add. And we got a stoppage in play here. It will go Manitoba's way. Excuse me, no, Saskatchewan's way. Well, minimal time left here in this second half. Saskatchewan with a 3-point lead. We're going to enter a scrum here as we're in crunch time. This is where legends are made. at these moments of the game.
I think they got ripped off on calls too. That they could have probably got a couple more runs. They got a little more comfortable. And a couple questionable, like the double play ball and another one off first base there.
Referee having a quick word with some of the players before this ball gets put into the scrum.
Well, a crucial scrum here for both teams. Now this looks like it's going to be Manitoba ball, and they're looking to move quickly. Saskatchewan doing a nice job of coming back on defense. Nice job to absorb that tackle here, and looks like we're going to have Manitoba ball again, and they're going to move quickly. Haven't got any time to waste. It's Vorster leading the charge. Beautiful pass. Ball is bobbled, and a stoppage in play just as Manitoba started to get going here. Manitoba's wingers look like they've been shot out of a cannon here in this second half.
These guys are absolutely flying. They know they're in the wrong half of the field right now. They need to get moving. And they've got to set up at a scrum here one more time as we enter the final minute of regular time, second half.
Another crucial scrum for both of these teams. Manitoba really need to get it down the field quickly here. The ball bouncing around, Manitoba trying to reach in for possession. And it looks like it's going to go Saskatchewan's way here. We're still learning the calls as we go. And I don't know if Manitoba will have enough time to get it down the field here. They're going to have to move fairly quickly. This could be the opposite of the female game we saw earlier today. Here's the scrum. It'll come out for Saskatchewan. A huge scrum win for them as they keep it moving. Nice deke there by Luke Thompson. And now away they go once again. Saskatchewan brought down, trying to dig the ball free. And it's going to go to Manitoba. Here they go. They got to go real fast.
We're into our final action.
Making their way up the field. What can they do? That's nipped in the bud pretty quickly. And two huge tackles by Saskatchewan's defense, and that's going to do it. Saskatchewan take the victory by a score of 10-7. What a dandy between these two prairie provinces. Matt, what'd you think?
Fought it out toward the end, but we got all the scoring in the first half. And once again, between these two teams, we've had them meet on the women's side. We've had them meet on the men's side. Both games 10-7. This one goes to Saskatchewan. The women's one went to Manitoba. Not a lot between these two sides. Could have gone either way, and a hard-fought battle between the two.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was a rivalry match for you guys here today. We hope you enjoyed it. Be sure to be kind, stay safe, and we will see you next time. This was Manitoba and Saskatchewan from Swilers Rugby Club at the Canada Summer Games in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
So many papers. Thank you. Yeah, we got them. You don't have them? Oh. Let me know if you get stuck.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's men's rugby sevens live from Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. It's the 2025 Canada Summer Games. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little. It's Quebec. It's BC. Two heavy hitters clashing against each other in men's rugby sevens. We are underway. BC getting a boost there from their teammate and an action-packed start to this one. Flipped back, BC looking to build it up here as Nicholas takes it up the other way. Nicholas powering through. He gives one more pass. And BC moving along nicely as Liam Janes is tackled to the ground. Janes will pass it back to Thompson. Thompson keeps on moving. Look at Thompson go. Look at BC go. Wonderful passing, but Quebec will nip that in the bud. Lovely passing by BC. They got some great chemistry. It's clear only 45 seconds in, and now they're gone. And here's going to be the first try of the game for Team BC putting the ball down. They have first blood in this one.
Just 49 seconds into the contest as BC gets themselves 5 points. Now these guys have come out guns blazing.
Well, it's going to be number 7, Reese Thompson, taking the kick. Thompson plays for the UVic Vikes in BC, and looks like that's going to be just short, but they have a 5-0 lead to kick this game off.
Hey, good start. You can get some points on the board in the opening minute. I'm not going to worry too much about the extra 2. Just getting out there and establishing that right off the hop. It's exactly what you want for Team British Columbia. And good very early morning to any folks in BC that have gotten up very early to watch this match.
Yeah, that's some dedication to their sports, that's for sure.
Good 5,000 kilometer plus road trip, no biggie.
Well, they definitely don't seem jet lagged to get this started, as here come Quebec with speed. They might go all the way here. He's still on his feet. It's Nicholas Tissier passing it off, and down it goes. Godard, back to Tissier. Tissier with speed. Gets shut down there. Quebec maintaining possession. Nice fake by Godard. Stepping in to grab it is Ricky, the captain of Quebec. Passes off one more time to Robida. Robida, beautiful passing from those two. It's Robida moving in. The Blonde Bombers going all the way. Robida will get the try. This is a tied up game.
That was a wonderful pass to be able to get that in. Absolutely fantastic to find Robida, and he makes no mistake.
Benjamin Robida with speed, with skill. And this is a 5-5 game, and they've got a pretty easy kick here. Well, it's easy for us to say sitting up here in the broadcast booth, but let's see what they can do.
Tessier is front and center for this one. You can't ask for much better.
Yep, there we go.
And he puts it through the uprights.
Quebec has the lead, put it right into their fans, actually. We see the Quebec flag there, down in the corner. I hope they don't have a bounty against their own people. And also, for anyone watching, this stream is also available in French. We have Roger Surrette and Richard Provencier. And we're with them all 2 weeks of these Canada Games. They're our partners in French, so we're happy to have them with us. And here come BC, showing some gumption here as they make their way back up the other side. Wonderful speed here. Look at this passing. It's absolutely glorious. Reese Thompson will just lay it down and say thank you very much.
Oh, the give and go. Faked the handoff, then made it, then it comes back to Thompson. He takes it over the line. Wonderful play by British Columbia.
Well, Matt, that play was as colorful as a maple leaf in fall. This team has some great chemistry, and they have a 10-7 lead with a chance to make it 12 here. Wow, what a kick. Right into the crowd once again. It's 12-7 for BC.
We've had some high-scoring games already here on day number 1 of Rugby Sevens, but they've been lopsided high-scoring games. This one might be high-scoring on both sides of the ball.
I got to say, both teams' offenses seem very strong in this game. It seems whoever gets the ball scores, essentially. Well, Quebec looking to draw something up here. Haven't been very many turnovers in this game so far, as Quebec slowly and steadily makes their way up the field. Well, this is going to go Quebec's way. And
oh, we got our first card.
Oh, wow. 2 minutes off the pitch. It's a power play here for Quebec. A yellow card means 2 minutes in the sin bin for Josh McIndoe, the captain of BC. That's a tough loss for them.
That is the first yellow card we've had of these games thus far, but just a little bit too much. Referee didn't like it. And now it's 7 on 6.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but McIndoe's parents are from New Zealand, so rugby is in his blood. And what a wonderful play. A bit of soccer being broken out there. That is beautiful. Here go Quebec. All alone. It's Nicolas Tessier who will tap it down. He was left lonelier than a man in a resettled community. What a play by him. And Quebec have evened this up.
That was absolutely incredible from Tessier to be able to do that little squib kick up to himself. That is not easy to have that kind of control. Absolutely wonderful as he splits the D.
Well, a bit of soccer, a bit of Gaelic football, and some rugby all in that play. A nice job from him. And there's 2 points for Quebec. Heads up Tim Hortons as that ball goes flying into the lineup down there. 14-12 for Quebec just before the end of this first half. And they done really well on the power play right there. Was Lane Hudson on that power play for Quebec, I wonder?
They'd take him.
I wonder which NHL player would be the best rugby player. Would be pretty cool to see. Well, here we go, back underway here at Swilers Rugby Club. 14-12, can BC make it down before halftime? They got to move quickly here. And this will go BC's way, looking to move quickly here. What can they set up? They're going to calm it down just a bit. Still playing with 6 men out there right now.
Some instructions from the bench as BC goes into the final action here in the first half.
And away they go. It's kicked forward right along the ground. BC hustling hard for it. Who will win this foot race right to the end zone? It rolls around just a bit. It looks like Quebec comes up with possession.
Great job by Quebec to get down there, smother that, and nuts to this.
They're going to kick that away. Hopefully nobody finds that ball by the end of the night, because I am going over and I'm keeping that for myself. He kicked that deep into the woods to end off an action-packed first half. I mean, that was an unbelievable, Matt. I mean, this is the best game we've seen so far. Just action, back and forth, back and forth. You're constantly turning your head. It was so good.
Oh, without a doubt, this has been the best matchup that we've had so far. Just action flying all over the place. We've had some good defensive battles, those 10-7 games, but, you know, give me something where both teams are into the 20s and 30s. Every time, I will take offense. It's a lot of fun to watch, and these guys have been flying. This has been incredible. And to answer your question about which NHL player would make the best rugby player, Jack-I?
Oh, I don't hate that pick. That is a good pick. He was here for the Alex Newhook Golf Classic a couple of weeks ago. He's actually a really nice guy.
The meanest guys on the ice always are. I'm sure the rugby players are absolutely fantastic guys. I just wouldn't want to be on the pitch against these guys. We've already seen some intense, hard tackles down there.
Well, the funny thing about Newfoundland and Labrador, the biggest rugby league here is our high school rugby league. And the high school I go to, Gonzaga, has a pretty good team. They haven't lost a game since COVID, so they've been really, really good. And then, you know, they're playing schools like Holy Heart and O'Donnell and all those schools, and their worst enemies on the pitch. And then a couple days later, they're playing Team NL together, Team Rock. So it's crazy. He can just flick that switch. We've talked about this the last 2 days. He can flick that competitive switch, be worst enemies on the pitch, and then your best friends holding hands leaving the field or linked arms. That's the cool thing about sport.
Yeah, well, you know these guys see each other. You've got, just looking down the BC roster, a bunch of guys play with the Vikes, University of Victoria, other guys with UBC Thunderbirds. So, I mean, they've been opponents, they've been teammates. It's one goal right now. All together for BC, all together for Quebec. All in pursuit of that gold medal.
Well, 14-12 is our score as we head into our second half of rugby. Live from the Swilers Field in beautiful St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador for the 2025 Summer Games. The second time that St. John's has hosted the Summer Games, the last time in 1977. And rugby was not a sport in the Canada Games that year. So it's the first time rugby has been played at these games in Newfoundland. Well, Quebec getting started early here, making some wonderful passes, and away they go. Look at this, back and forth. Unbelievable stuff by Quebec. It's McGuinness passing it off now for Ricky. Moving it forward and keeping it going. Quebec with some wonderful moves, and it looks like that's just going to roll out of play. Another fast-paced start to this second half, Matt.
I would expect nothing less. These guys have just been, pedal to the metal, top gear the entire time here. It's a lot of power on both of these teams, a lot of speed on both of these teams. Deadly combination when you can get these big bodies moving that fast. That's what we say in Newfoundland, deadly by. It means good.
Well, calmly picked up by BC as they keep moving. And look at the speed. Look at those silky moves. And away they go. Here's an opportunity. He's all alone. It's Mike Outrid who's going to tap it down and give BC the lead 17-14.
Great pitch to Outrid. Just wonderful vision. Charging down the field, you've got defenders coming at you one way, you've got defenders coming at you the other way, but heads on swivels, you're looking for options. And able to find his teammate. Sometimes the passes aren't perfectly pretty, not just, exactly catching the breadbasket. They got to do a little bit of work to bring it in. Just makes it all the more impressive they're able to pull it off.
Well, 17 years old from Victoria, BC, one of the younger players on this team. And he's got a huge touchdown for BC as they take a 19-14 lead.
Yeah, all tries have been converted except that first one in the opening minute for BC.
We're back underway here. BC scooping up the ball once again. What a start to this second half for them. They came to play. They didn't come cross-country just to lose this. And, Matt, I think that this could be a little teaser for the Final Four here. Both of these teams seem very strong, and I think we could see these guys playing for a medal.
No, I certainly would not bet against that happening.
Just remember who said this once we get to Wednesday in the medal round.
He wants his credit. Oh, both of these sides looking so strong in this one. This could go either way. Just about 3 minutes gone as whoa, the height.
What a throw-in here by Quebec as they look to break it up the field, but BC not letting it happen. Look at this. Quebec still pushing. Pops free. As they hold on to it deep in their own territory. They're going to try to run through here, bust through the defense. Keep having to reset backwards here. They just got to get it forward. And away they go.
Good move.
Quebec is out, and Quebec might be gone. Here's an opportunity. It's Benjamin Robida who goes to ground, picks it back up, and oh, there goes the whistle. It looked like Quebec was gone, and nobody was going to catch him.
He was, but the referee says knock on, and now we'll get some subs. What a job by the defender to track him down. I did not think anyone was going to be able to stop Robida.
Yeah, we were waving the checkered flag here, but just couldn't get it the full way, and Robida is going to come out. What a great game from him.
And Grenier would have been gone if that pass had been able to be the just right lateral instead of the knock-on.
Well, Damon Scharf coming in for Quebec to replace the blonde bomber. That's what I'm going to coin him as now, Benjamin Robida.
Evan Palmer coming in for Team British Columbia, number 10.
Vancouver native. He was a BC high school rugby champion in 2023 and 2024. So going by patterns, does that mean Canada Games champion 2025 to make it a hat trick of gold medals?
He'd certainly love to. We're about 3 minutes away from the end here. Quebec down a single try.
A bit of miscommunication there from BC as that'll go out of play. And Quebec have a good opportunity here in the danger zone. On the throw-in. Carr passes it over. BC almost intercepting, and now it's going to go back to BC here. Well done on them to defend those throw-ins. Matt, those throw-ins are so hard to defend in rugby.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see those guys. Not only do they have to get their teammate a good 8-9 feet into the air, but they're moving back. They're moving forward, trying to get in that position before they do the lift. You got to execute that so quickly, and everybody needs to be on exactly the same page to pull it off. And these guys make it look seamless.
Well, BC looking like they're going to gain possession here, but now it's going to go Quebec's way. Well, this has been seesaw rugby here in this one, and now Quebec gets a big break. With minimal time left in the second half, this is a one-score game, and they're going to keep it moving here. To go at that one, BC will pick it up deep in their own end. And now they're at this power. Here goes BC. Oh, an opportunity for Ty Driscoll. Nobody can. Here in this second half.
A calculated risk by Quebec to go for that kick play. You don't want to give away possession, but if you can pin the other team deep in their own end, you know, that's not a bad thing to have happen. It just doesn't work out their way this time around as BC can break the line, and they're able to get back down the pitch, score. They don't get the extra 2, but they're up 10 as we go into the final minute.
Well, Quebec needs a miracle here to win or tie this one.
Well, they got to work fast. Not impossible, but it's got to be quick. We're talking break a tackle straight down the field.
Well, let's see what they can do here. So we're back underway. This will probably be the last play of the game here. Quebec might run out of time as we got 10 seconds left. Quebec looking to keep going. They're just so eager to attack. And they're going to have to reset in their own end, and let's see what they can do. See if they can at least cut this deficit just a bit. And that's going to go out of play. And that's going to do it. What a wonderful game from both of these teams. I mean, both squads playing absolutely amazing in this one. BC winning 24-14 over Quebec. Matt, what a wonderful game.
Absolutely outstanding stuff. We are going to see more highlights from both of these teams as this competition goes on.
Well, folks, thank you very much for tuning into this one. Be sure to be kind to one another, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. It's Rugby Sevens at the 2025 Canada Summer Games from St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. Well, dare I say, the biggest game of the day. It's an all-Atlantic Canadian matchup. It's the hosts, Team Newfoundland and Labrador versus Nova Scotia. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little at the historic Swilers Rugby Club here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador for the 2025 Canada Summer Games. The rock is rocking as we are about to get underway between these two Atlantic Canadian provinces.
Well, these guys are fired up. This should be a good one.
These two teams very familiar with each other. Matt is from Nova Scotia but lives in Newfoundland right now. So Matt, you're a neutral for this game, I suspect.
Can they both win? I would like that.
They can get a draw in the group stage, so that's what Matt's cheering for. And we are underway. The host versus Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia looking to crash the party. We are underway here at the Swilers Rugby Club. Wonderful pass by Reese Sexton, and now Newfoundland is off to the races here. Heavy tackle there, close to the sideline. So that'll be picked up. Beautiful passing here by Newfoundland and Labrador. They keep it moving, and here they go. Moving down the side, it's Regan Pine who passed it off. Leaping back to his feet, Owen Williams looking to nip that in the bud, and Nova Scotia will gain possession.
This is one of those games where, at least for the Newfoundland side, I don't think you even need a roster sheet in your hand to know these guys. You've been calling them, whether it's this sport, whether it's them playing hockey or soccer or baseball. You've seen them, you know them.
Well, Reese Sexton played for the Pinnacle Growlers for 2 years, who was the team that I was the voice of for hockey, won 2 championships with them.
Yeah, that's U18 major here in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Well, here we go, Nova Scotia here with a nice opportunity, wonderful throw in, and this is gonna go Newfoundland's way, and the fans are very thrilled about that one. Well, a conservative start to this game here, Matt.
Yeah, a little bit. We've seen plenty of opening minute tries here on day number 1 of competition, but these two feeling each other out a little bit as they go into the scrum.
Well, we're gonna enter a scrum here, a big scrum here for Newfoundland and Labrador as Nova Scotia's in a dangerous area. Nifty fake there by Reese Sexton. Now Newfoundland moving fast and furious down the other way. They're flying through. Oh, it's a pass at the end. I think that Tyson Snow thought there was more guys on him there. I mean, when you get in the heat of the moment, it's hard to make those decisions. A nice rush from him. He's hearing it from the Newfoundland faithful.
From up here, we can see the whole field. From Tyson Snow's vantage point, he's got to make the move he thinks he's going to make. And if he thinks somebody's closing on him and he doesn't have room to get down that sideline, then he's got to move the ball.
And when you hear the thumping of grass coming behind you, you're not sure if they're an inch away from you or 30 feet. Well, here comes Nova Scotia, looking to keep it moving. It's Isaac Missener passing it over to Spinney. And now Nova Scotia looking to bust down the field here. Look at that 1-foot hop there by Luke Van Dam, the co-captain of Nova Scotia. And now look at Spinney, stopped dead in his tracks here. That'll be picked up by Caden Snow. And Newfoundland keeping it moving. There's Eric Haas, my second cousin, keeping the ball going as well. Nova Scotia will pick it back up once again. It's Dalton, another co-captain of Nova Scotia, spinning free. Look at that spinorama from him. He'll hand it off, and Nova Scotia might be gone here for the opening try of the game. They're flying through. It's Fallows, but he's stopped. Oh my goodness, wonderful defending by Newfoundland and Labrador. And now Nova Scotia still pushing. They might be in here. They're getting close. They can smell the end zone. Newfoundland here looking to create a big stop as Nova Scotia keeps on moving, and they might be in, but still Newfoundland won't let them into the end zone. And Newfoundland's gonna get possession. Oh my goodness, this defending is unbelievable. And now away they go. They're off to the races. Newfoundland is coming up the other way. Here they go. It's Henry Newhook. Can he be the hometown hero? throw, but he's stopped in his tracks, leaps back to his feet. And we're going to get a whistle here, and the fans aren't too happy about that call. Henry Newhook was almost gone.
A tackle by Fallows. I did not think he was going to catch up to him, but Fallows using those long legs, Team NS, able to get back there, track him down, and stop it. We've had action right in front of both goal lines, but nothing across as of yet.
Henry Newhook, high school champion with Gonzaga all 3 years in high school, and that almost came up into the broadcast booth there. That was too close for my liking, Matt.
Luckily, we've got lots of rugby players and former players here in the stands, so that ball was in safe hands.
Well, 8 o'clock tonight, I still got to go over and look for that ball that went into the woods. As Nova Scotia, what can they do here? What a thrilling match this has been for both teams. What a treat so far. There might not have been any tries.
Going up. Oh, beautiful deflection.
Oh, what a deflection here, and it's back in Newfoundland hands. It's Henry Newhook giving that pass off. Chance here for Newfoundland, breaking the tackle. It's Tyson Snow. He's into the end zone. He's down. Newfoundland and Labrador have a try. They say welcome to the Rock. They are on the board for the first time at the Canada Games in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
So important to get that first score, to get out in front of it, especially this late into half number one. We've seen these very early tries throughout a lot of these games. This one took nearly the whole half, as we're almost into the final minute before they're able to get in, and the kick is up. No, she's wide.
Just wide.
But give it 5 for Newfoundland and Labrador.
Well, first try of the game just before halftime. It was looming. This crowd is so engaged in the game. I mean, when it was down there, it was dead silent. And then it starts to come back and the noise picks up, then it goes quiet again. This crowd makes this game so suspenseful. And we love having a good crowd as broadcasters because we can feed off their energy. And it's definitely easy when it's two East Coast teams having lots of fans here in the crowd.
Oh, absolutely. If you're coming from outside Newfoundland and Labrador, Nova Scotia's as easy a road trip as it's going to be. The number of times I've done that ferry trip back and forth.
Well, a 5-0 lead for Newfoundland and Labradors. We near the end of our first half here. A scrum on the far side of the field, and here come Nova Scotia. Looking for one last rush here, and they might be through. It's a pass back, a miscommunication. Nova Scotia going to scoop it back up once again. It's Luke Van Dam, hauled down, leaves it behind. Nova Scotia still with some time. Here's Fallows, dropping it off. Nova Scotia moving along nicely with poise. Spinney almost got through, but it's Eric Haas with great DNA, I might add, making the final tackle right there. And that could be huge for Team Newfoundland and Labrador, but now they're through. Nova Scotia is into the end zone. Can they get it down? Yes, they will. Nova Scotia has evened it up at Swilers Rugby Club.
Owen Williams getting the score, getting the try for Team Nova Scotia on the final action of the first half to tie it at 5. We'll see what happens on the kick.
Well, Owen Williams plays for River Lake RFC back in Nova Scotia. Huge try for him, and now Nova Scotia have a 7-5 lead at half.
I mean, for Newfoundland and Labrador, a shame that was able to get in, not only because Nova Scotia is now in the lead, but that tackle by Eric Haas. It looked like Nova Scotia was going to score the try, and then Haas comes out of absolutely nowhere. That big sprawl just gets him, brings him down, but in the end, not quite enough. And it's Nova Scotia in front at the half. A fantastic game of sevens going on here.
Well, what a treat this has been so far for both of these teams. 7-5 lead for Nova Scotia. Still plenty of time left, but it's been a pretty defensive affair so far.
Yeah, there have been some, well, I mean, we've had action right on the goal line at both ends of the pitch. This could easily be a much higher scoring game than it is. Kind of amazing that we're only at 7-5 right now. Just like we saw in that last game between BC and Quebec, these guys are fast. They know how to exploit the space. On both sides of the ball, they're making things happen. Make good decisions. Don't give away possession cheaply. You just might get yourself a win here in your first game. Nova Scotia fans making the noise as we get set for half number 2. Another 7 minutes on the clock.
Well, here we go, a big second half for both teams. The Swilers Rugby Club is rocking here on a beautiful Monday morning in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. Well, Newhook with a high kick up in the air. It's bobbled down. Can Newfoundland grab possession? A heavy tackle there. Keegan Dalton picking up the ball here as we're going to enter a scrum. Reese Sexton holding on to the ball now for Team Newfoundland and Labrador. Nicely done from Sexton. Newhook flips it over to Snow. Now one more pass. Newfoundland is flying here. Regan Pine is through. Pine lays it down. He's in. Newfoundland has the lead once again.
No messing around. Breaks the tackle, gets in there, and lays it down immediately to score that try.
Well, if there was a roof here at Swilers Rugby Club, it'd be blown off by now. Newfoundland and Labrador up 10-7. A big kick here for them. From long range, will it get there? Oh, just wide. Excellent chance by Newfoundland and Labrador, and they have the lead, but it's not over yet. Nova Scotia never gives up, that's for sure.
Oh no, lots of time to go. 10-7, Newfoundland and Labrador in front. You mentioned off the top of the game, these two teams know each other very, very well. Playing with their provincial sides, Atlantic Championships, Celtics in Nova Scotia, the Rock in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Well, Keegan Dalton getting a boost up in the air to grab that ball. Lemon will move it along. Now Thurtell. Thurtell keeps going. And now it's Williams trying to pry through the defense, and Newfoundland once again standing tall on defense.
Strong, strong tackle, and that gets a good round of applause from the home fans.
Well, some big, big tackles have been made by Team Newfoundland and Labrador here in this game, and that's been the story, has been their defense. Nova Scotia relentless on offense, but Newfoundland and Labrador playing calm, poised, collected. They're as cool as the seeds inside of a cucumber here as they keep on moving. Here's Sexton. Lovely passing. It's Snow. Looking to cut up through the gap, but he gets that ball snatched right out of his hands. Here comes Nova Scotia up the other way. Missing her. We'll drop it back for Faber Lemon. Lemon holding on to the ball. Nova Scotia in a pile up. They'll dig it free. It comes to Thurtell. Thurtell passes off. Nova Scotia keeps moving. Dalton drops it back.
Ooh.
That's turned over. Ball's loose. Newfoundland will scoop it up. Takes a hop. Comes back for Regan Pine. And Regan Pine busting up through the middle. Shakes off one Nova Scotian. And now he goes down.
Nothing but a hand on the jersey prevented that
what
one.
A tackle there. Oof. Wonderful tackle by Keegan Dalton. He tackled him so hard he put him back to the 77 games. Now that one's kicked ahead. Ball comes through, picked up by Thurtell. Fans getting into it here as the clock ticks down.
Passionate support.
Passed off here. Oh, a quick stumble by Nova Scotia, and they could be gone here, but wonderful tackle by Newfoundland and Labrador. That comes free once again for Lemon. He passes it off. Lovely passing as Thurtell Moves it forward and one more pass as he was falling to ground. Thurtell gets it back again. Thurtell keeps on moving through the open space. Thurtell might be gone. Nobody can catch him. Can they get him at the last second? They got him. Oh, he just squeezed in. Oh, it looked like they got him. But Thurtell holding on to the ball. Hard work from him to give Nova Scotia the lead. A huge try.
Impressive defending, but just not quite enough to stop number 12, Charlie Thurtell, as he scores the try for Nova Scotia. So Nova Scotia now up 2, and give him another 2.
Well, 14-10.
So
Newfoundland's next try, should they get one, will put them up by 1.
Well, that's just it. A kick won't do it. They need a try now, down by 4. Still lots of time to go, a little over 2 minutes. Doesn't sound like a lot in a lot of sports, but it is here in sevens.
Well, what a wonderful game. No matter who comes out on top, this was a fabulous, fabulous game from both of these teams as Nova Scotia kicks it off. Looking to shut her down and come home with a victory to kick off their Canada Games, but Tyson Snow grabs the ball, lost it. Comes down for Nova Scotia as they pick it up. It's Montgomery along the side. He's brought down. Newfoundland looking to snatch that out.
Regan Pine doing a great job of completely wrapping up those legs.
Well, it's going to be Keegan Dalton in some discomfort there. Looks like he'll be okay. Owen Williams picking up the ball. Nova Scotia doing some nice time wasting here as they'll kick that ball out of play.
Just trying to pin Team NL as deep in as they can. Make him have to go the whole pitch.
Well, Nova Scotia with a big throw in here. High up in the air, it'll be collected, and away they go. Opportunity for Nova Scotia to put this game to bed, and they might have some space here. Hauled down just before the end zone is Daniel Fallows, and now here comes Newfoundland and Labrador. Looking to show some gumption here. It's Eric Haas down the side. He passes off. Brought down there. Newfoundland looking to find the ball. It'll come free for Henry Newhook. Now Newfoundland and Labrador passing the ball nicely. Logan Burt brought down now. Picked up by the Rock here. Bringing it up the other way, faking the kick. Beautiful stuff here as Haas attempts to shake off the defense, and look at this power by both teams. Henry Newhook looking to launch himself through. Nova Scotia now gaining possession. Newfoundland have to get it quickly. Nova Scotia holding onto the ball nicely. Passed across, and away they go. This is crucial for Nova Scotia to maintain possession. Newfoundland trying to get it back, and they will. Newfoundland and Labrador have possession of the ball. They need a try here before the final whistle of this game. Can they keep possession all the way here? It's tied up, picked up by NL. Dropped off, and here they go, looking to keep it moving, and here they come. It's Team NL with an opportunity. They're almost there, hauled down just before the end zone. Newfoundland and Labrador is on the cusp of glory. Here's an opportunity now. Snow brought down just before the end zone. Can they get it past the line? It's sent across one more time. It's Eric Haas driving, and he's done it! Eric Haas has done it for Team Newfoundland and Labrador. Coming up clutch, Eric Haas has put Newfoundland and Labrador ahead, and that might be enough to give them the victory.
Unbelievable stuff.
Well, I'm proud to say that that's my second cousin who's put Newfoundland and Labrador ahead. And there's a reason why he's on the field and I'm up here. Great job from him.
That was a great defensive stand from Team Nova Scotia.
And there it is for Newfoundland and Labrador, 17-14. And there's the final whistle. Team Newfoundland and Labrador has won it at the death. Eric Haas is a hero as they take it 17-14. I mean, what can you say but thank you to both of these teams. Nova Scotia played unbelievable. coming into Newfoundland and Labrador as the road team, as the villain. They played exceptional here at Swilers Rugby Club.
Hats off to both teams. What a game to watch. You can only hope they're all that good.
Well, folks, thank you very much for tuning into this one. Be sure to be kind to one another, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. What a game from an electric Swilers Rugby Club here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. You're watching the 2025 Summer Games on Universal Media.
More men's rugby sevens from the Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. In white and green, Team Prince Edward Island. In purple, it's Team Yukon. And we are underway. Game number 10 of the day. These sevens games just fly by. Coming off a couple amazing games in a row. Hopefully this one delivers as Team Yukon tries to come forward, brought down just before the center line. Loose ball gathered up by the Yukon. No way forward as Prince Edward Island puts the ball carrier straight to the turf, and the referee's whistle goes. Back to action quickly as Team Prince Edward Island now in possession. Good pitch off, all the way out to the right, charging forward, but brought down Team PEI on their horse, but not able to make it in yet. Now they'll try out left. Good pitch. He's got daylight. He'll score. Fradsham in over the line for the try for Team PEI. Just a minute 10 in.
John Fradsham of Marshfield, 19 years of age, with a big try for PEI to get their Canada game started.
5 opening points for Team Prince Edward Island. We'll try the conversion kick.
I'd like to give a shout out to the volunteers who just delivered us some water straight to the broadcast booth here. So huge shout out to the guys and girls who have been fantastic and are making these games go round.
All of the volunteers, whether it's the folks here at the Swilers Rugby Club, whether it's anyone you see in one of the orange shirts, everybody's been super helpful. All the representatives from the Canada Sports have all been super helpful to us as well. We're 2 minutes in as the ball goes into touch over on the far side, right at the half line.
Well, these are two spots in Canada, a province and a territory that are very small in population, but mighty in talent. This is going to be a great game from both of these teams.
Yeah, well, you got to figure both teams have this one circled on the schedule as one they can win, because it is two of the smaller representatives going up against one another. People may not have Yukon favorite as a gold medal, or Prince Edward Island. That said, it's Rugby Sevens. Don't turn your back on anybody. How many times have we seen it already today? You said it, Seth. Somebody gets an inch, they will take a mile. And the speed on display from some of these teams has been fantastic. Loose ball, Yukon able to get onto that one, maintain possession. Harsh battle down there in the midfield, and Yukon still with it. Great job protecting the ball by the guys in purple.
Well, I'd like to share a quick story about a player on the Yukon team, Finn Bradford, 18 years of age. He's the captain of the team. He switched from volleyball just 3 years ago, and now he's the captain of the Yukon team. Very cool story there.
A lot of similar skills, volleyball, rugby sevens. Hey, athleticism is athleticism at the end of the day. Loose ball scooped up by Prince Edward Island. Oh! And a big Arn Anderson spinebuster takedown. PEI out wide right. Ball came loose for just a moment, but scooped back up before the tackle. And Yukon is going to be awarded possession here. Already over 4 minutes gone in this opening half. 5-0 Prince Edward Island on the try. Come in for the scrum. It'll be Yukon that will place the ball down inside those bodies. 3 from each side, locked. In battle. Oh, everybody down out of the scrum, and it's Prince Edward Island who comes away with it, showcasing the power.
Lots of play here in the middle of the field so far in this game. Both teams just feeling each other out. Oh.
Great job, faked the handoff, took it forward himself, accelerates over the line for the try. Great effort by Wadman. Campbell Wadman scores for Prince Edward Island, adds 5 more.
Well, to all of our fans in the great territory of Yukon, I'll take credit for that. Just said there was some great midfield play here, and then there was a try for PEI. So well done from them. And they're going for the conversion here.
Straight through the uprights. Beautiful kick, Nathan Gallant handling the extra 2 for Prince Edward Island.
Nathan Gallant, 19 years old, from North Wiltshire. He's a fly half. And he certainly made that ball fly just then through the uprights to get those 2 extra points.
Much like back over in the UK, that's North Wiltshire, not the Shire. That's where hobbits are from. All right. 1 minute to go here in the opening half as Yukon looks for a way forward. Ooh, and they're finding some space. Yukon over on the far side of the field, finally brought down by 2 men. Some let's go Yukon chants out of the fans, out of the stands here at Swilers as they battle for position. PEI just using that muscle. They've got some big boys out there, and they've knocked over the pile a couple of times. Now driving forward, 1 man left to beat. Hustling back the defense, makes a good tackle, but a lovely handoff. Give it 2 for Wadman as he touches down for the try.
The 19-year-old from Summerside plays for CRFC. Well done from him. He's got 2 tries in this first half. PEI is off to a rocking start here on the Rock.
Oh, beautiful. You can't ask for much better, being in the end zone 3 times in the first 7 minutes. It'll be Gallant to take the kick once again. Drop, boot, right through. 19-0, Prince Edward Island as we hit halftime.
Wow, that was a quick first half there. Feels like we blinked and it's 19-0 at halftime. We just came off a very exciting game just before this one. All these teams playing in preliminary Pool B, so Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia just played in a 17-14 thriller. Eric Haas with a last-second touchdown to win it for Team Newfoundland and Labrador. So we got 3 Atlantic provinces in Pool B. That's going to be a dogfight.
Literally the last moment on that one. And this is the last game of the men for a little bit. The women started the day. They played 5 games. And then the men have come on. They've played 5 games, so the other teams can rest. And it will be women's action coming up after this one between Prince Edward Island and Yukon. Alberta versus British Columbia. Good rivalry matchup, followed by New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. No love lost there, let me tell you. PEI Yukon, not exactly normal rivals. Don't see each other a lot.
Yeah, it's the far east coast versus the far north of our great country that we love so much. And Yukon came a long way for these games here in Newfoundland and Labrador. So they're going to leave it all out here.
Now the territories, they may be small in population, but, they're not here to be pushed around by the big provinces in Canada. These guys belong in the field just as much as anybody else, and they're going to show what they've got. And PEI will take this at center. As we're underway here in half number 2. Prince Edward Island looking for some open space through those purple jerseys. Just going straight through on that one and a handoff. A shoe's been lost behind the play, but that won't bother the ball carrier as he's in for the try. Number 18, Ethan Gallant. Scores 5 for PEI.
Well, Ethan Gallant, another man from Summerside, 20 years old, with a big try for PEI, up 24-0 in this second half.
Now that's not surprised when you get the age in there. I appreciate that, Seth. That's a big body down there for Prince Edward Island.
Well, we talked about it so much today, but what a day here at the Swilers Rugby Club here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Yukon tackled to the turf as Dembrano didn't have much space. Yukon protecting the ball. Oh, referees stopped it. So we will get a scrum here, minute 40 into the second half. Team PEI ready to send the ball into the fracas. on the ground and out for Prince Edward Island. PEI a flip up, just hoping one of his teammates would be there. They were. And now through the D, PEI in, over the line, and the try. Pierce Saunders picking up the try for Prince Edward Island as they make it 31.
Pierce Saunders of St. Patrick's, 19 years old, and now he's got himself a try at the Canada Summer Games.
Lined up for the kick. Again, it's right at center. Through the uprights. As we keep mentioning, these balls are oddly shaped. They're not perfectly easy to kick, but these guys making that look easy. As he sends it through the uprights. 33-0. Prince Edward Island currently over the Yukon here in the second half. A little over 3 minutes in. 5th game of the day for men's rugby sevens at the Swilers Rugby Club.
It's hard to believe this is our 10th game of the day. This day has flown by so far.
Yukon protecting the ball as PEI got back on side. They'll come forward and just no space to break that line. Yukon working it along well, but taken down one more time. It's PEI that comes up with the ball. Yukon trying to rip it free. Hands to number 9, Caleb Perry in there. And then grabbing the ankle. Trying to pull the Prince Edward Island ball carrier down. PEI back coming forward again. Pitching off with Saunders. Out wide left. That'll be knocked backwards. PEI will go pick it back up. And from the far side of the pitch, over now to the near side. Coming forward, beats the D, turns the corner, over the line and down. Prince Edward Island scores another try. Cole Atkinson.
Well, Cole Atkinson, another 20-year-old man from Summerside. Summerside producing a lot of rugby talent here for PEI. And they are up 38-0. What a showing from them in their first game.
This is as we're finding out here, this is a veteran team for Prince Edward Island. This is a team with some good size. This is a team that could impress throughout this competition.
Absolutely. Really, really great showing here in their first game. And like you said, very experienced group. And it's going to be cool to see those 3 Atlantic Canadian provinces battle it out in Pool B.
Yeah, anytime you can come into a competition like this and you've got 20-year-olds on your roster and your opposition has maybe 1 or 2, I mean, it's an automatic advantage. Yukon trying to get something going here, get something on the board before the end of this match. Wrapped up well. Yukon battling forward, but down to the pitch again. They protect the ball. Dig it out. PEI so quick to attack. The Yukon players get up. They make a pass, and there's white and green standing right in front of them. Now they've got a chance to go down that wing. The 2 guys hustle back. Yukon still there, and a hard tackle thrown to the pitch. Yukon still with it. Nothing doing this time as they can't get through the pile. Into the final minute here in the second half. And the referee has stopped things. Scrum set up. Yukon to place the ball and get it back underway.
Yukon are in action again later today at 6:48 tonight against the hosts Newfoundland and Labrador. That should be a dandy game from both those teams.
Yukon picking up that loose ball after the missed pass. They do well to protect it here, and a chance to go. All but brought down and then given away. Yukon had a little daylight for just a moment. Unable to get down that wing. And PEI, can they split the D? They do. Hustling back. And PEI will add 5 more points to the final as they get in. Touch it down at the end. And make it 45-0 for Prince Edward Island. They'll try and add 2 more as PEI picks up the victory here.
Well, Mason McKenzie, 18 years old from Union Road, 2023 high school rugby MVP, and he's got a try at the Canada Games and a win for Prince Edward Island.
45-0, Prince Edward Island defeats the Yukon here in the first match of the day for both teams. That concludes the men's competition for a little while. These guys will be back on the pitch later. In the meantime, the ladies are about to take the pitch in just a little bit. So stay with us. Lots more Rugby Sevens action coming up all day, today, tomorrow, the next day, from Swilers here in St. John's. Women's Rugby Sevens back underway here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. We're at the beautiful Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's, just a stone's throw from the Avalon Mall. And we've got women's action here in Rugby Sevens. It's BC and Alberta. BC in the dark navy uniforms, Alberta in the white and blue, as the ball is kicked off and we are underway between these two Western rivals. Big tackle right off the hop, as Alberta could find no way through. BC in possession, looking for the stiff arm, but brought down. They'll get back into position, protect that ball. Alberta looking to turn the corner, but brought down. Good tackle. That's Cameron Howlett making the tackle for BC, and now they've got the ball. BC on the attack down the wing, and brought down. I think that one went out of play as the linesman's flag is up. My name is Matt Little, Seth Hyde alongside me. Here doing English language commentary for Rugby Sevens.
Well, both these squads won their games this morning, both by 41-0, so they're equal at the top of the table.
Competition might be a little stiffer this time around. BC looking for a way through. They've just about got it. Dragging the defender along, and now brought down in. Just able to stretch out, get over the line. And 1:18 into the game, BC will draw first blood.
Well, it looked like Belle Rousseau was the one that got the try there. She was born in Hong Kong. She now plays for the BC Bears and resides in Langford. Well, after that, BC's now on the top of the table here of Pool A of the women's preliminary round.
7-0 to British Columbia over Alberta. Just under 2 minutes into the first half. Very early days between these two sides. Good long kick. Scooped up by Alberta, and here they come. With some speed through the middle, brought down. Alberta get back on it. Good little flip, and then another big takedown, as Ogoke could not find room forward. Alberta again going out wide on the right side. Big pitch out there. Getting it out to Hanrahan. She's brought down. Alberta still making headway as they work themselves down the field. Alberta coming through, trying to beat the defenders, brought down. Toss back to the trailer. Can she get around the corner? No. And the ball comes loose, picked up by BC. BC trying to protect possession, they will. And now it's a little bit of daylight. BC trying to turn on the Jets. The defender there, great tackle. Hand it off. BC with a little bit of room to run. Alberta chasing. Not, oh yes, got there. But BC gets up and gets over the line.
Wow. Great job by Marin O'Regan not to give up. She got knocked down, but got right back up and got the try.
And that's what it's about. You never give up on any play. How many times have we seen already today, day one of rugby action, somebody get themselves right down to the line. You think for sure that's going to go in, and then it gets stopped at the last possible moment.
Well, we've talked about this all day. Me and Matt are rugby rookies. You can coin us as that, but we've been thoroughly enjoying this here today. We were a bit nervous to come into a new sport, but we've been absolutely loving it here at the Swilers Rugby Club.
So 12-0 to British Columbia over Alberta, 4 minutes into the match. BC will kick off from center. Good catch by Alberta. Let's see if they can make some moves. They've got one. And the two hands on the bottom of the shirt pulling down the ball carrier. McLean was looking for some space. Now they've gone from the left over to the right side. Pitch out from Hanrahan. Still trying to find space, Alberta, brought down to the ground. It's been Sort of BC on the counterattack while Alberta's been grinding out yards. Now they're flying. Team Alberta beat the last defender and right through the uprights for the try. Maddie Kutch for Alberta.
Great hustle by Maddie Kutch to get Alberta on the board here and possibly a way back for them. Well done to finally break through here. I mean, when you're playing and blowing out a team in the first game 41-0, you know, you kind of get a bit spoiled, right? And then you come into this game and you're, you know, not an easy game in the morning, but obviously you had a fun one. So it's a bit difficult to kind of bring it back a bit and play a competitive game and adjust to your new opponent. Not taken away from the two teams this morning. They were fantastic, fought till the end. But it is difficult for these two squads for sure.
Well, this is one of those things. When you see a huge blowout score in some sports, you expect it to be just, it was played completely in one end. All the shots are one way. The other team got like 3, and that's just how it goes.
That's not the full story.
No, in rugby sevens, they're battling away, and then all of a sudden, whoop, somebody's all the way down out of nowhere. You know, the tries just happen in an eye blink. So you can play a good competitive game, working hard, doing all the hard work, and sometimes it just doesn't show on the end scoreboard. A 12-7 right now, British Columbia over Alberta, and BC looking for more. They've got an open winger. Now Alberta hustling back the D, and they're going to need it. BC on the charge, not going to catch her, and BC in for 5 more. I believe that was Amber Valance, number 11 for Team British Columbia. Getting in late in half number 1.
Amber Valance of Abbotsford, plays for the Abbotsford Rugby Club. And what a year for the city of Abbotsford. I believe their Canucks took home the Calder Cup this year.
You are right about that.
And no, that's not the Vancouver Canucks for all the casual hockey fans out there. That is the Canucks farm team, which is also the Canucks.
That's the difference is they put the Johnny Canuck character on the front of the jersey as opposed to the hockey rink logo or the orca, or even the plate of spaghetti skate. My favorite.
It's a great way to put it, actually. Appetizing jersey for sure.
Alberta fields the kickoff. One more chance to make something happen here in the first half. Oh, up in the air and turned over. An ill-advised pass. BC looking to capitalize, but brought down. That should be it for half number 1. So players get a quick break, just enough time to get a drink. I'm going to do the same myself. It is a warm day here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. Tough conditions, but hey, it's rugby sevens. Things go by quick, so get your quick drink and right back on the field for more action. Good first half for both sides.
Well, what a half of rugby from both teams. Again, 2 heavy hitters in this tournament, Alberta and BC. The second half should be a dandy. This comeback is still in reach for Alberta. Just 2 tries plus the conversions, and this is a tie game.
Oh yeah, 2 tries is nothing insurmountable in this sport. Absolutely not.
And I mean, after that Newfoundland and Labrador men's game against Nova Scotia, I think it's safe to say nothing's impossible in this sport. They literally won the game on the final play.
Yeah, if you are a little bit unfamiliar with rugby sevens, just supporting your province, wanting to see how they're going, we play 7-minute halves with 7 players per team on the field for rugby sevens. And when we get to the end of the 7 minutes, instead of like in soccer where the referee is added on time and kind of figures out how much extra time needs to be added, in rugby sevens, we just go into the final action. We just go into the final play. So you guys can play for another 30 seconds. You guys can play for another 10 minutes. We're just going until there's another whistle, until there's another stoppage. So once it hits 7, you've got that one more chance to make something happen. To my understanding. Perhaps I've been taught incorrectly, but I believe that's how it goes. So Alberta is going to kick off here to start half number 2. Trailing by 12. BC immediately brought to the pitch. They'll pick it up, throw it back. Some good passing from British Columbia. Nice back pass there as they find space. Another little pitch back, hit the ground, but BC picked it up before the hard tackle comes in. A little bit too much, says the official.
Well, there's the cowbells ringing. Fans starting to kick it up here. Again, the different time zones, I guess they're just starting to wake up here. It's 11:50 here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Big effort by the defender and brings her down before she gets to the line. Alberta still battling hard, not letting BC in. And they'll come out with the ball. Good work by Alberta. And just a boot to get that away from their goal line. British Columbia coming back. Can they beat the defender? Trying to go out wide. Another pitch out wide. There it is. There's the try for British Columbia.
Well, that's Amber Valance with her second try of the game. She has been on fire.
Second consecutive try. She had the last one in the first half as well. So they'll make it 24-7 for Team British Columbia. As the subs run on with the water bottles to give the players a quick drink.
On a day like today, this is one of the days I wish that we were up at the golf course here with for the golf edition of the Canada Summer Games up at the Ballyhaley Golf Course. They'll find a lot of my balls in the woods up there, that's for sure.
Do they do commentary from the cart?
Oh, that would be really cool, actually. Just driving along.
Alberta, still some time to get themselves back in this matchup as the ball is spilled, picked up by British Columbia. Alberta brings down the ball carrier. And the arm back up in the air. BC will take back over. Out to the left. Alberta all over. BC pitches out, just about to the line, but Alberta says no. BC still in possession. Alberta all over them. Those white and blue jerseys not making it easy for Team BC.
I'd just like to point out here that Team Toba, their rugby team, has not left since their game. They've been chilling over by the Powerplex ever since in the shade. That's got to be tough.
We certainly have time between games, but not that much at the pace Rugby Sevens goes as BC looks for more points. A little handoff, BC playing it out wide. It takes a deflection. Good job to get it back under control, and a big tackle, and the ball came loose.
Rugby is definitely the most intensive sport of this Canada Summer Games, and not to take away again from any other sport, but you're here playing games 2-3 times a day. It's hard on your body. So much respect for all these rugby players in the male and female divisions.
Well, without a doubt. And every sport is hard. Every sport is, you have to be in the top physical condition, but there's nothing that has quite the aggression of rugby, now is there? It is intense. Off the scrum, Alberta comes out with it. Team Alberta, oh, big tackle up high. The ball carrier slammed down. Alberta still with it, however, looking for options. Out wide and brought down to the pitch. As Emily Plant couldn't find a way through. Alberta still there, trying to charge forward. BC not making it easy. Hanrahan hands it off. BC brings down another ball carrier as Alberta continues to chew up yards bit by bit. Coming up the pitch. On the attack again. Team Alberta took that one quickly off the whistle. Another stop. turned over to BC. A little over 2 minutes to go. 24-7 British Columbia. As they kick the ball down and out over the halfway line.
Well, you look around the ground all day today and you see the players coming and finishing their games and giving their parents big hugs, and you wonder, why are they giving their parents big hugs? And then you remember, this is probably the first time they've seen them in a couple of days, as all of them are staying in the residencies, even the local players from Newfoundland and Labrador. So it's pretty cool stuff to see around the field here today.
It is a massive undertaking. It will be a massive undertaking at the end of the week when all the week 1 athletes are cleared out and all the week 2 athletes are moved into the athlete accommodations in one day. BC, they'll take some time before going down for the try.
Hat trick for Amber Vallis. Let's take off our hats and throw them, Matt. Well done from her.
Yeah, very well done. Very strong play as BC started to run away with this one. Up for the 2. Got it. Into the final minute now of half number 2, 31 BC, so they're going to improve to 2-0 early on. Both the British Columbia women's and men's teams looking very, very strong here in Rugby Sevens at the Canada Games.
And coming up next is another All-Atlantic Canada matchup between New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. That one should be a dandy.
Alberta still trying to drive forward right to the bitter end. Can she get her foot clear? No. Alberta getting it back. In the middle of the pitch, driving forward. North putting the shoulder down and knocking the pile over. Here comes BC. As we pass 7 minutes here in the second half. Team British Columbia out wide. No space for McKenzie. And the referee's going to blow this thing down for a scrum. Or just possession change. Here's Alberta. That's all. Big win for Team BC, 31-7 over Alberta as they improve to 2-0. Alberta falls to 1-1. Still early on, still early in this competition. We've got more games coming up today. And as Seth mentioned a few minutes ago, next matchup will be an Atlantic derby between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. Hope you'll join us for that one. I'm Matt Little. He's Seth Hyde. And this is the 2025 Canada Games.
Spencer, Jana McAllister, Catherine Gautreau, Rebecca Adler,
Back for more women's rugby sevens in St. John's, Newfoundland. 2025 Canada Games. It's an Atlantic matchup, maritime matchup, as New Brunswick takes on Nova Scotia here in women's rugby sevens. New Brunswick kicking off. They're in the white jerseys with the green and maroon. Nova Scotia in the two-tone blue in the dark jerseys. And Nova Scotia in first possession, taken down to the ground, was Claire Bennett, number 10. Nova Scotia, no room back through there. Some good defense from New Brunswick. Oh, now a little move, and she's gone. In the clear, racing down the pitch is Allison McLean. Nobody gonna catch her. McLean in for 5 points for Team Nova Scotia.
Somebody get Allie McLean on Dancing with the Stars with those moves. Unbelievable stuff from the 16-year-old who plays for Valley Rugby Union. Great job from her. Nova Scotia's up 5-0 to get it started in an all-Atlantic matchup.
Fantastic job to get through the D, turn on the speed.
And they get those extra points.
We've already seen they can be critical. Great start for Team Nova Scotia. Believe me, you're up for all your games at the Canada Games. You want to win every single time you go on the pitch. This is a big game between these two provinces that don't like each other very much.
Well, understandably, these Atlantic Canadian provinces have traveled very well. There's lots of fanfare for PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and of course the hosts, Newfoundland and Labrador.
Kick across the field, intercepted by Nova Scotia, but great D not allowing her to get through. Ball knocked loose again. Nova Scotia will scoop it up. Oh, lifting the leg right off the pitch and taken down. New Brunswick here to battle. Another player is thrown down. Courtesy of number 3, Riley Martin for Team New Brunswick. Nova Scotia working toward the end line. That's going to be ruled a knock on, though, so that stopped things. And we're going to have ourselves a scrum very deep in the New Brunswick end. Players down. Ball in. New Brunswick. All the way deep in their own end, looking for an escape. Nova Scotia hard after it. New Brunswick moves the ball quickly and then gives it a kick. Who's going to win the race to that loose ball? Players coming in hot. It's New Brunswick who keeps kicking it forward. Can she pick up the rock as it rolls? No need to. Just keep kicking it. All the way down the pitch. It's into the end zone and rolls out the back.
Well, it looked like we were playing soccer there for a second, Matt. Great hustle.
Wonderful job by Emma Downs to get that thing down the pitch. Went from in her own end zone all the way to the other end. Just could not make that ball sit so she could scoop it up and get into the end zone, or stop in the end zone so she could flop onto it.
Well, Emma Downs of St. John, she plays wing. She was playing wing like a soccer winger just then. Excellent work from her. Obviously didn't get the result she wanted, but great hustle.
Now Nova Scotia will kick. New Brunswick will pick it up. New Brunswick goes out wide, tosses back. Now the laterals, looking for a way forward, brought down as Martin couldn't find a way through for New Brunswick. Arm back up in the air, it's Nova Scotia back in with it now. Team Nova Scotia, a little bit of daylight, but the defender's there and brings down their charge. Still trying to move forward is Galloway for Team Nova Scotia. Now she'll get it back to her teammates. Oh, and another great tackle by New Brunswick. Selena Simpson this time getting in on the tackle. Still just one try in the match, that for Nova Scotia, with the 2-point convert to make it 7-0. High pass, that goes over top. Nova Scotia will scoop up that loose ball, and there was a space through the D. Nova Scotia on the rush toward the end line. And Nova Scotia with brought down.
Well done.
Still trying to move forward. New Brunswick trying to hold her off. This time she's in and over the line, and the try will count this time around. Claire Bennett did most of the work, but I think it was Gabrielle Shaw that was the one that finally put it over the line for Team NS.
Well, Gabrielle Shaw of Windsor, 18 years old, plays with Valley / the Celtics in Nova Scotia. She was a Nova Scotia high school champ in 2025, and she was showing those skills out there just then to get that across the line.
And another 5+2 for Team Nova Scotia as they go up 14-0.
Well, we got our first medals coming in here from the Canada Summer Games. Ontario with 2 gold and a bronze for 3 total. Quebec with a gold and a silver for 2. Alberta with 2 silvers for 2. British Columbia with a bronze. And Prince Edward Island, for the first time in Newfoundland and Labrador, they have won a medal on our island in the Canada Summer Games. They pick up a bronze medal, and those are all the medals for right now.
Excellent. New Brunswick again using the foot as they get this ball downfield. Nova Scotia back to pick it up under pressure, but they do well. Good communication between teammates, helping out as New Brunswick brings down the ball carrier hard. Amy Gunn paying the price for Nova Scotia. Now trying to come forward again. Willis Glasgow unable to get very far. Nova Scotia trying to break through the line. And they have, Nova Scotia, a good toss to the teammate. And that'll be brought in the rest of the way for another try for Team NS. Allison McLean gets the try, her second of the match.
Allison McLean, young player on this team, 16 years old from Valley Rugby Union. What a start for Nova Scotia. They haven't played yet today. This is their first game of the day, and you can tell that that rest paid off for them. They're up 21-0 at half.
New Brunswick did have a hard game in their first match as we hit halftime.
And that had to be a bit draining for them as well. They fought hard in that game, but they're still in this one. I mean, if Nova Scotia can score 21 in one half, New Brunswick surely can as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This has been that's been a good half. You know, the end New Brunswick's been putting in the hard work, and they've physically wearing down Nova Scotia the way they've been tackling.
Well, somebody's car is getting called out here at the Canada Summer Games.
I got dropped off. It's not my car.
Well, this has been a large day here at the Canada Summer Games. Canoe and kayaking and rugby sevens and tennis all kicked off day 3 of this wonderful event. Canoe kayaking, of course, at Kitty Vitty Lake. Tennis at Rogers Tennis Dome at Greenbelt. And, of course, rugby right here at the Swilers Rugby Club.
No matter what you're into, there's definitely something going on at the Canada Summer Games. 2 weeks of competition here in St. John's. Looking forward to every single minute of it. If you like your sports a little cooler, wait 2 years. We'll be in Quebec City for the Winter Games. I'd love to be there for that one.
Absolutely.
Never been to Quebec City, Seth?
I have never been to Quebec
Oh,
City. Been to
it's
Montreal,
amazing.
never been to Quebec City. It's on my bucket list for sure.
Quebec City is awesome.
And I believe that the 2029 Summer Games will be in New Brunswick, St. John, and Fredericton, if I'm correct. I should know this.
It is a dual host city. You are correct. Whether it's Fredericton or Moncton, I'm not sure, but St. John is definitely one of them.
Going from St. John's to St. John.
Just
Hopefully nobody ended up in St. John this time.
It's just to confuse the rest of the country. We do this all the time. Little East Coast joke.
Well, there's a story from that 1984 qualifier at King George V Field. Honduras fans tried to travel to the game, and they ended up in St. John, New Brunswick, watching it in a bar downtown. Even though the game was at King George in St. John's.
Whoops. Off of the scrum. Nova Scotia will put it back in. Pick it up and pitch out to the right side. Nova Scotia looking for daylight, comes right through the middle. Can they turn on the Jets? The defender's there and brings her down. Back up in the air, Nova Scotia with it. Looking to turn the corner around the upright, she will. Another score for Nova Scotia as Deja Hooper-Dixon goes in for 5.
Well, what a cool name. 18 years of age, from Halifax. She plays for the Halifax Tars. From the big city of Nova Scotia to the big city in Newfoundland and Labrador, scoring a big try for Nova Scotia.
Convert up, and that's going to go wide, so no extra 2 this time for Nova Scotia. They lead it 26-0 over New Brunswick.
I'd just like to give a shout out to this field announcer we have now. I don't know his name, but he's here just behind us, and he's doing a wonderful job really hyping up the game for the fans in the stands here. I'll have to catch his name off his credentials there.
When it comes to anything like this, you know, for somebody, this is going to be the highest level they ever compete in, right? So let's make this as close to a pro feeling as possible. Let's make this seem like the absolute big time of the sport and make it as awesome as we can. I want you and I on the call. I want the in-house announcer. If we can afford it, I want pyro for the gold medal game. I don't know if we're going to get that. New Brunswick with a good rush, but brought down by Nova Scotia. Here in this second half, women's rugby sevens. Nova Scotia picking up the loose ball. Turning that corner and making the run down the field. Willis Glasgow. Defender coming flying in, but she won't get there in time. Willis Glasgow puts it down for the try.
Well, Brownshea Willis Glasgow with another try, 17 years old, from North Preston, plays for Dartmouth East Rugby Union / the Celtics.
Nova Scotia making some changes. Nova Scotia to kick off here with 3:25 gone in this second half. Ball is up. New Brunswick will field. New Brunswick ball carrier needs a little help as she goes to ground. And Nova Scotia in there to steal the ball. Trying to come forward. Good little pitch to the right. Little bit of daylight in the middle. New Brunswick gets back. Can they pull her down before the line? Oh, they did. Ball came out. Loose in the end zone. New Brunswick picked it up, but play had stopped. And a great effort to get back there and stop 5 more points going up on the board.
Well, I'd just like to quickly take us back to the 1977 games here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. The flag bearer for Nova Scotia was Jay Abbas of tennis, and for New Brunswick, it was Mark McDonald of archery. So those were your flag bearers back in 77. I'm sure they got kids, grandkids that have played in these games, and pretty cool stuff.
Nova Scotia forced back here as New Brunswick takes down the ball carrier again. Possession to New Brunswick. And they're going to send this one down. It'll bounce, it'll roll into touch. And the ball will be thrown in there from the far side.
Well, New Brunswick still in search of their first try of these Canada games, and you know, they played really well still. They've had lots of great opportunities, and they shouldn't let that get them down, as they still have 3 more games left, plus the placement / knockouts.
Another ball that comes loose, down on the ground. New Brunswick does get to it. The referee had already stopped play. It should be Nova Scotia ball. as both teams make a couple of changes. Faith Spicer coming into the game. Catherine Gautreau.
Faith Spicer. These names are so cool at these Canada games. Really, really cool names.
Scrum on the far side. Everybody set. Nova Scotia will put the ball in play. Being kicked around before they scoop it up. And the Blue Nosers right back down to the grass. Picked up by New Brunswick. She can't go far. Now New Brunswick again as they try to get something going here late in the match. It would really just do so much for the feeling, for the vibes, to be able to put one into the end zone here before the end of the game. Get themselves feeling good going into the next game. That's when the ball's forced out of play. Just 20 seconds away from the full 7 minutes. Nova Scotia sending on a couple of fresh legs.
Well, for Nova Scotia coming on is number 12, Gabby Shaw, 18 years old, out of Windsor. She comes into the game.
And Maggie Hellier, number 9, as well, coming in for Nova Scotia.
And coming up next, we shift over to women's preliminary Pool B. It's going to be Quebec versus Saskatchewan, Manitoba versus Ontario, then PEI versus Yukon. Non-stop action here at Swilers Rugby.
Non-stop is right. 2 preliminary round-robin pools and then into playdowns and placements and medal matches. It's 3 days of action. As Nova Scotia drives forward looking for one more, and she's going to get there. The tackle is made, but already into the end zone for the try. Gabrielle Shaw with her second try of the day. The Nova Scotia fans loving it.
Well, Nova Scotia knows how to produce talent, that's for sure. Nathan McKinnon and Sidney Crosby played for them in the winter edition of these games. And now they're NHL legends, and they'll come away with a big win here, Matt.
38-0, Nova Scotia over New Brunswick in this preliminary round game.
Wow.
And Nova Scotia, did not play earlier in the day, so they are 1-0 after their action here. Still a long road to go for the Blue Nosers as the teams line up and shake hands here at center. The teams are already lining up for the next match. We'll step away for just a moment, catch our breath. You're watching Women's Rugby Sevens from the 2025 Canada Games.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's Rugby Sevens from the historic city of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. It's Swilers Rugby Club field. It's a beautiful, beautiful Monday here. We never thought we'd say that about a Monday, but here we are. It's Quebec versus Saskatchewan. It's Rugby Sevens female division. Saskatchewan fell short in their game this morning to their arch rivals Manitoba, losing 10-7, while Quebec winning this morning. They are undefeated as they head into this game. So we'll see how both these teams do here. Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little. And Matt, we're pumped for this one.
Quebec over the Yukon 47-0 in their game earlier on today. They should face some stiffer competition here from Team Saskatchewan in their first game. Maybe a little bit unlucky not to come out with more points out of that one, but the defense for Saskatchewan was outstanding in that first match. Should see more of it here.
Well, here we go. Saskatchewan looking to get back on track, or will Quebec keep on going? Quebec have not allowed a point yet in this tournament. They had the biggest margin of victory we've seen yet today. Let's see what they can do as they kick it off here at Swilers Rugby Field in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, and they gain possession right away. Hard challenges there. It'll come free for Quebec as they look to keep the ball moving. Naomi Lapp, who had a wonderful first game this morning. Now some shifty footwork here from Peltier. Quebec keeping the ball moving from right to left, left to right here. Well done from them as they keep on pushing. They're going to push through. It's Lapp trying to get through the defense. Just couldn't take it the full length. Quebec still moving the ball nicely. Pass back again. It's Gabara who's hauled down. Gabara still maintaining possession. She'll leave that behind for Bignell. Bignell hauled down, and it's been all Quebec so far, but now Saskatchewan are going to get a break and a reward for their perfect defense.
And Saskatchewan's so good in defense. They are just suffocating. Every time you make that pass, you think you got somebody open, and nope, no you don't.
Well, we got a helicopter flying overhead here. Me and Matt took some money out of our bank account to pay for that to fly over right now. Do a little flyover of the game here.
Aerial coverage provided by. No, we couldn't get the Goodyear blimp. I'm sorry.
Well, Saskatchewan getting possession for the first time in this game here. And away they go. Hard challenge there on the play as Abby McDonald manages to hang on to the ball. Saskatchewan, once again, will get possession. And here they come. Some nice passing from them as they keep it moving. Tackled hard to the ground by Lapp. But Saskatchewan, again, still holding on to the ball nicely as they get their wheels going here. But that's turned over, and Quebec will grab possession once again. And away they go, trying to bust up through the middle. The ball has kind of stayed in the middle half of Saskatchewan's end so far in this game. And now that I said that, someone's going to go get a try here. And this will go Saskatchewan's way once again. And let's see if we can get it out of this zone here.
We'll look to do so off the scrum. Saskatchewan will be the ones to place the ball down. Usually leads to possession, not always.
Well, it's going to be Captain Abby Hall playing the ball in here. Hall will come away with it and zip it back. Saskatchewan just trying to get it out of their own end here. They're pinned right now by Quebec. Quebec is absolutely pummeling them. They won't give them an inch. Not a sniff of their own end here. As that's recovered by McDonald. And that'll be picked up by Nolan as she keeps it moving. Jumping on the ball, Saskatchewan retaining possession here. Lots of bodies going after the ball there. Looking around, waiting for the whistle here, and there it is. And this will go Quebec's way. Or excuse me, that's Saskatchewan's way. My apologies, folks. Still learning our rugby sevens ways here as Saskatchewan still attempting to get it down the field. And now this time it will go Quebec's way.
Sometimes it's the big break down the wing where somebody turns on the jets and they're gone, and sometimes it's very much like this. It is yard by yard, hard battles, and you got to earn every inch out there.
You absolutely do. As Carl English, a basketball great of Newfoundland and Labrador, would say, it's earned, not given. And Saskatchewan is showing that out here right now. Well, here's Lapp taking off with the ball. She's hauled down, leaps back to her feet, and she's on the move once again. Lapp is almost there for our first points of the game. Did she get in? She's rolling along the line, and did she get in? No, I think she was just short. A good attempt, but now they have another chance to get in, and this time they will. It's Naomi Lapp picking up the first points of this game. And I think that might have been the longest time it took for us to see points here at these games, but that goes to show how good the defense is of both teams.
Yeah, it really is. That's, again, hard sledding out there right now in order to get out there and get those points. Took a few tries to get themselves over the line.
Few tries to get a try. And just short on the conversion kick there, but now Saskatchewan will have some space.
Not a bad effort on that conversion. That was from a long way out.
It absolutely was. And can we take a second to talk about the apartment buildings here that have a perfect view of the field for these Canada Games? We made the same joke yesterday at King George V. They literally have the Canada Games in their backyard.
Yeah, because St. John's is such an old town, you know, these historic grounds, the city has grown up around them. So we've got houses, we've got apartments, and there's a few people that don't need to buy tickets to the games in order to watch all the action.
Makes it pretty unique, that's for sure, all of our stadiums here. Well, now Saskatchewan finally getting it up the field. This is the farthest they've got it up so far today in this game. Just looking to get it past half now. Collected once again. Sent across by Hall. Now moving forward nicely is Harazni. Picked up by Hall. Hall will drop it back to McDonald. Hall and McDonald have been all over the ball here for Saskatchewan in this first half. And it looks like we're going to enter a scrum here just before the end of this first half. Well, Quebec almost losing the ball there on the scrum as they look for one last gasp here in this first half. Now Saskatchewan have got Quebec back into their own end for the first time in this game, but now they're moving forward nicely. Moving forward with poise. Ball snatched out of the hands of Lapp, and this is once again going to go Quebec's way. Beautiful flip pass. Oh, that's absolutely magical. And Sophia Gabara will say thank you very much and take it in for one more try of this first half. That is a Quebec connection right there.
Yeah, wonderfully done right on the end of the half. That is a huge one for Quebec as things have been going so slow, so defensive, such hard battles out there on the pitch. To be able to get that second try right at the end and have a little bit of breathing room going into that second half, that is huge for Team Quebec.
Well, it's 10-0 to Quebec now as we head into halftime after this kick. Let's see if they can make it 12.
Once again, the tries have been from out on the wings, so it doesn't make the conversion kick easy, and this one won't go.
That's going to be just wide there for Quebec. And a great first half by both teams. 10-0 to Quebec. Still haven't allowed a point in this tournament just yet.
Yeah, wonderful action between these two teams.
Attention spectators, would the owner of a Ford Escape license plate number
Now, we know Quebec has all kinds of talent. We know Quebec has all kinds of speed that's been on display. They've used it well here. Saskatchewan, we've seen them in the end zone as well already today. We know they're capable of doing it. Only down 2 tries. We've talked about that's nothing in rugby sevens. They just need to continue that hard work that they've been doing. Create a little bit of space for themselves.
And they got the cold towels down there draped over their faces on the Saskatchewan bench.
One up here, please.
You're absolutely right. That would be delightful up here. And I got to say, I mean, this field went through a lot of renovations to get ready for these games, and they have transformed this field absolutely beautifully. The new scoreboard, definitely the cherry on top. That's what this field has been missing. And we finally got it, and it's so great to see here. And again, it's in such a great area. I mean, you look to our right, we got the host of volleyball and basketball, the Powerplex here. And just up there is the Wishing Well Ballpark, not hosting any Canada Games events, but obviously a staple for baseball here in the province. Used to actually be the dump here in St. John's. I'm not even joking, and now it's a baseball field. So, like yesterday, we said the Canada Games Park, or the 1977 games next to the Ack Arena, was transitioned into a parking lot. And now, once again, it's the Fortis Canada Games complex. So we got a dump transformed into a baseball field and a parking lot back into a Canada Games facility. So pretty cool stuff here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
It's so amazing. Again, this is just the right size city for an event like this, in that everything is so close together. Obviously, we're not using it for the Canada Games, but DF Barnes Arena is just a stone's throw away from here as well. Another
my home barn, baby.
Historic venue in town, formerly Fieldian Gardens.
Yep. Yeah, spent, I'd say, days at DF Barnes Arena as an Avalon Celtic and as a broadcaster, and I'm sure you have as well, Matt.
I've spent days there. You spent months' time put together. So we are set for second half action. Saskatchewan to kick things off.
Well, let's see what's in store here. Can they mount an incredible comeback to tie or win this game? It's unlikely, but nothing's impossible. And Quebec kicking that one all the way down. We don't see very much kick plays here in Rugby Sevens, but Quebec just trying to pin Saskatchewan like they did in that first half. Here's Abby Hall coming away with the ball. Saskatchewan keeping it moving. Can they get it down the pitch? And they might have some light here. Left behind, Saskatchewan bulldozing down. Look at that heavy hit right there from Quebec. And here they go. It's Hall taking off. Abby Hall brought down. And this is going to go Quebec's way here. Just as it looked like Saskatchewan had some life, Quebec comes storming right back. There's a pass across. Beautiful move there by Pelletier. Left behind, here's Gabara for her second try of the game, and she puts it down. 15-0. And Sophia Gabara with her second try, one in each half. What a tournament she is having so far.
Oh, she made a great move to avoid the tackle. Looked like she was lined right up and wasn't going to be able to get across the line for the try, but a little juke, a little bit of the shoulders. Turn to the right, able to elude that defender and get herself in for the try. Great move. The points went up on the wrong side of the scoreboard, but we'll get that fixed in a moment.
So 15-0 is our score. Quebec's defense still going strong, strong as a beaver dam. They are playing so well in this tournament, but Saskatchewan is still pushing. Crazier things have been done in these games and in sport, so there's still some time for a comeback.
100%.
Well, kicked off by Quebec here. Looked like a bit of an onside kick there, like in American football. It'll be Saskatchewan ball as Levitsky will recover it. So Saskatchewan will start at center field here as we have the beautiful city of St. John's as the backdrop. We can see almost everything from where we are here at Swilers Rugby Club. Here's Levitsky battling hard by the touch line, and looks like this will be Saskatchewan's ball here. I mean, if they could just break Quebec's defense here and get one try, that could be huge for them.
That's all it takes. In a situation like this, I mean, you can't be thinking, oh, we need 3 tries. You know, you got to just get the next one, right? You got to just get yourself on the board, get yourself in the matchup, and they might do it right here.
Look at this. Here they go. Here's an opportunity. She's still going. Unbelievable from Saskatchewan. Kate Matern has done it. Quebec's defense is broken. Saskatchewan is on the board at Swilers Rugby.
Big, big play to be able to beat the defenders, get down the field, keep those feet moving, and got in the 17-year-old with a huge try for Team Saskatchewan. And the white and green army down there making some noise. I see some Saskatchewan Roughriders football gear, the official costume of Saskatchewan. It works out well.
Well, this could be a big 2-point conversion here to get Saskatchewan back in this game. They've broken Quebec's defense first time in this tournament. Quebec have allowed a try or even a point. Oh, and the try is no good. So 15-5 is our score. Saskatchewan needs 2 tries in the next 3 minutes at least to even up this game.
It's a tall order, but they're right back in this thing.
Well, Kaya Nolan is going to kick it off as we're back underway. Quebec will scoop up the ball, starting to scan the field as they make their way down the side. Now moving ahead is Gabara. Gabara and Lapp have been 2 X factors for Quebec in this matchup and in this tournament. They have played so well so far. Picked up and left behind. Quebec grabbing possession once again. It's Autier leaving it behind, and away they go. Worst bringing it ahead. Abigail Worst might be through here. She's hauled down.
Another good tackle by number 7, Abby Hall.
Quebec scanning there. They are going to get possession.
And we know Hall can go when it comes to defense. She was a wrestler at the Saskatchewan Winter Games.
Wow.
Knows how to grapple.
Multi-sport athlete playing in both games. You love to see it. Well, Saskatchewan once again trying to make their way down the field. Once you get stuck in your own end in rugby, it's very hard to get out. And let's see if they can do it here this time. Looks like we have a stoppage in play here, and it will be Quebec's possession. Well, what a summer's afternoon here in the capital of Newfoundland and Labrador. Hope everyone at home is enjoying the game as much as we are. And we're very happy to have you joining us from wherever you're watching from around the world. And if you have any questions, I'll plug our social medias here. You can tag me at Seth Hyde Sportside on Twitter if you have any questions, anything you want to say about the game, or tell us where you're watching from. And Matt, do you have any social media platforms that you'd like to plug for viewer questions?
My phone literally just overheated and shut off, so no.
Uh-oh. Well, that just goes to show you how sizzling it is here at the Swilers Rugby Club.
It'll be okay. But yeah, she's a warm day.
We're not used to this weather, that's for sure. Me and Matt are melting up here in the broadcast booth. And we're not even running out there. We're not running or tackling or anything, so I can only imagine how the players feel. Well, a couple of bobbles here with the ball. Saskatchewan almost brought it all the way back. And now they might have Quebec pinned maybe for one more try here. 2 tries might be too much to ask for, but they still got time for one more. Quebec making their way down the pitch. Lapp stopped in her tracks, but she'll keep it moving, and now away goes Quebec. And she might just be out of reach. Quebec might be gone here to put the cherry on top of a victory. It's Mary Lou Haynes with the try, and most likely the final play of the game for Quebec. They will pick up 6 points in their first 2 games. They're alone at the top, simply the best, better than all the rest after their first 2 games so far, but still a long tournament left yet, Matt.
Oh yeah, lots of games left to play, but to play 2 and be 2-0, certainly a really good feeling on day number 1.
And listen, not to take away from Saskatchewan, if they can get their offense going, this team would be unstoppable. They've only allowed 30 points in 2 games here, 10 against Manitoba, 20 against Quebec. If they can get their offensive juices flowing, I think we could see Saskatchewan playing for a medal. But Quebec will come out on top here today, 20-5. Wonderful game from both teams. Folks, thank you very much for joining us. Be sure to be kind to one another. Stay safe. We'll see you next time. It's Saskatchewan, it's Quebec from the Swilers Rugby Club in the capital of Newfoundland and Labrador for the Canada Summer Games 2025. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little, and we'll be back after a short break.
Dear God.
Entering the field for Manitoba, number 1, Regina Sullivan. Number 2, Sarah Diston. Number 4, Elle McLean. Number 9, Gab Thiessen. Number 8, Karis Munns. Number 5, Zoe Bertel. Number 11, Peyton Borgwin. Number 3, Kiplin Black. Number 6, Kirsten. Number 10, Madison Vandal. Number 7, Tylee Fraser.
Just checking. Ontario women's.
All right, welcome one, welcome all back to the Swilers Rugby Club in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, the beautiful capital city of our great province. My name is Seth Hyde alongside Matt Little as we welcome Canada to the Canada Summer Games 2025. Second time St. John's has hosted these games. Last time was 1977. So 2 teams that picked up wins this morning, Manitoba and Ontario, both undefeated. We'll see how this game goes.
It has been an intense day of action here in the heat. Everybody working hard. Nothing easy today. As we get Ontario, Manitoba, 2 teams that, as you said, Seth, won their openers in different fashion, but a win's a win.
Absolutely. As we are underway, Manitoba, Ontario, Manitoba in the yellow, Ontario in the red. And Ontario keeping the ball moving, and they might be through already. Oh my goodness, Ontario will get on the board early. It's Peyton Carter who will lay it down in the end zone 24 seconds in. That's got to be our fastest try of the day.
Some real speed from the 17-year-old out of Burlington. Peyton Carter flying down that pitch, 5-0 Ontario. As you say, just 24 seconds into the game.
Well, what a start to Ontario, another team that has yet to concede a point yet in this Canada Games tournament. Team Toba's defense was rock solid earlier today against their rival Saskatchewan, only allowing 1 try in a 10-7 victory over them. So 2 defensive teams here coming together, and this should be a dandy game. Still lots of time for Manitoba to get back in this.
That is the good thing about allowing the early try, is you've still got an entire game ahead of you.
Well, that'll be picked up here by Manitoba. as they look to get the ball moving, and that one's coughed up here. Kicked ahead nicely by Isabella McGinnis. I know they have a good women's soccer team, and that was being shown out there just then.
Yeah, great tackle by Sullivan as well for Team Toba.
Well, we're going to enter our first scrum of the affair today. It's number 9, Gab Thyssen, holding onto the ball here. Captain, or co-captain of Manitoba. Leading it ahead now. Manitoba looking to get it down to the other side of the pitch here. Let's see what they can do. Sullivan dropping it off. Thiessen will pick it up. Thiessen with a wonderful pass. Here goes Manitoba gaining some momentum. Team Toba working hard to get that ball up the pitch. Regina Sullivan with a big dive there to keep that possession in Manitoba's hands, but now they're going to lose it to Ontario as they keep the ball moving. McGinnis pushing forward, beautiful flip pass, and they're still moving it along, almost losing it there. A nice recovery by Ontario, and it looks like this will go Manitoba's way here, and let's see if they can break it out of their own end.
Yep, that's a knock on. So we'll go into the scrum, and Manitoba will get a chance to place the ball.
Well, here we go. Thiessen will pick it up, and that was a kick against Ontario. As Toba will pick it up, and it seems like they're looking to draw up something here. Look at this formation. I don't know if this is intentional here. Looks like a flying V type of thing. Mighty Ducks coming out to play here, or I should say the Mighty Bison, due to their new jerseys, which are very, very cool. 7 bison on those jerseys, which symbolize the 7 players on the field in Rugby Sevens.
Thinking exactly the same thing with the flying V, the way they were set up there.
Listen, when you spend so much time with each other like me and Matt have the last 2 days, you start thinking the same way.
Although, and as much as I hate to, destroy cherished childhood memories, if you go back and watch that, the flying V is clearly offside.
Well, luckily there was no video review back then. I believe they played Iceland in the gold medal game of that movie.
In D2.
Here comes Ontario. Oh my goodness, fancy footwork at its finest. Isabella McGinnis dancing through the defense like she's John Travolta on Saturday Night Fever. Beautiful moves from her, and that's her second try of the match.
Oh, beautiful, well done. Ontario capitalizing on their opportunities.
And it looks like that kick is up, and it's good. It's a 12-0 lead for Ontario 5 minutes in to the first half. And I think this is probably the calmest it's been here all day at the Swilers Rugby Club. It's still pretty hectic here, but everybody's starting to settle into the groove of the Canada Summer Games and settle in to the Newfoundland way. We hope everybody's loving it here in Newfoundland and Labrador, in the province that me and Matt love so much, and very proud to be a Newfoundlander and Labradorian, and happy to have the whole country here to showcase our beautiful province. Well, Manitoba with some swift passing here. They look to keep the ball moving. That almost stayed in play. A nice effort by Regina Sullivan to try to keep it in.
Good tackle by Masala as well from Ontario to shut that down. Sullivan had some space to work along the wing.
Passed off here as Ontario will collect the ball. It's Lauren Smith, the captain, laying it off here. Away comes Ontario, far and away here. It's going to be another try for the girls in red. It's 17-0 for Ontario. I think that might have been Epmolo with the try there.
I believe it was. I definitely saw a 2, and I don't see a number 2, just a 12 on the sheet. So Empolu and flying as she looked back to look to where the defenders were, and she even looked a little bit surprised in how much space she had.
Oh, and that stair just wide of the uprights to keep this a 17-0 game.
Now, just fantastic acceleration, fantastic speed. Speed so much more deadly in rugby 7s than it is in the 15s because you have all this open space and just not as many people to get in your way.
You're absolutely right, Matt. And so much space again on the field. Like you said, I love the analogy you used earlier. The 3-on-3 overtime in hockey, that's what this is like. And is this halftime here? Yes, it is. So 17-0 for Ontario at half. Still yet to concede a point at this Rugby 7s tournament, live from the beautiful city, the most easterly point in North America. It's St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, the host of the 2025 Canada Summer Games.
No, not a bad half of rugby for Team Manitoba. You know, they're hanging in there well. They're doing a good job. They're trying to find space out there. Certainly Ontario doesn't make it easy for you, but it's been Ontario, you know, on the counter that's been able to just, as soon as they get it, you give them just that little bit of space and bang, they're able to use that speed. Team Manitoba needs to be defensively sound, needs to contain that speed and take advantage of the opportunities you get.
You're so right, and if Manitoba, just like the game just before this one, Saskatchewan and Quebec had not conceded in this tournament. Saskatchewan managed to get on the board. If Manitoba can do that, maybe they'll gain some confidence.
They've got the cheering section, Team Toba boys over to our left, just behind the goal posts, watching this one.
The boys haven't left since their game this morning. They have been here the whole time.
To be fair, the Cojones food truck is over there. That's a Mexican restaurant here in St. John's with a couple locations. And I wish we had some more time between games so I could go get some tacos, because that would be amazing.
It really would be. It's making my mouth water from over here. You know, if there's somebody coming to the game that wants to come up and take our order, no, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. I'm not going to get that greedy here, folks. Well, before we start off this second half, we're going to take a trip back to 1977 when the Canada Games was hosted right here in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. And let's meet the flag bearers from both provinces way back in the day. Jane Randels of field hockey for Manitoba and Frank Iantona of baseball for Ontario. So a shout out to those two. I'm sure they've stayed involved with the Canada Games throughout.
It's pretty amazing when you get the opportunity to do something like that. Watching the opening ceremonies, I wasn't there. I was just at home watching the live stream, and everybody's so proud getting able to wave their flags as they walked in with their teams for the big kitchen party down at the Mary Brown Center.
Well, you're absolutely right. And in 77, the opening ceremonies was held on the field next to the Yack Arena, which was known as Canada Games Park. That was held on a Sunday. It was August 7th, and it started at 3 p.m. NL time, and that field is now the Fortis Canada Games Complex after it got transformed from a parking lot.
Well, things like the opening ceremonies have changed a bit over the years. Now we need to do it inside so we can have concerts and light shows and everything else going on.
Well, here goes Ontario jumping out here in this second half. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Sydney Young. And this is 22 for Ontario.
Good ball movement again for Ontario and good speed shown by Young. Able to get in once again. Dingwall lined up for the PAT. She's through.
Well, 24-0 for Ontario. They're just so good. And their men's team had an excellent game today as well. They've been firing on all cylinders. They lead the games right now with 3 medals, 2 golds, and a bronze. And it's just like it was back in 77. It feels like 77 here. Ontario led the games in medals. They won 48 gold, 37 silver, 23 bronze for 108 medals in those 77 games.
We've got another women's matchup coming up after this game, be Prince Edward Island versus the Yukon. And then men's rugby sevens gets back underway. And guess what two teams it is? It's Ontario and Manitoba.
Well, that's going to be a dandy matchup, and I hope those Manitoba boys aren't too wore out from sticking around here at Swilers Rugby Club. I mean, I'm sure if they knocked on someone's door here on this street, they would have let them into their house, knowing the Newfoundland and Labrador way. So Sydney Young is going to place it into the scrum here. She'll collect it herself. She keeps on moving. She's almost in there. Ontario, oh my goodness, what a brilliant move. Polo with her second try of the game. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, wonderful juke. Just throwing that whole body out to the right side to avoid the tackler.
Polo, the 17-year-old prodigy from London, plays for St. George RFC.
One more kick for Dingwall.
Kick is up, and it's good. Grace Dingwall, once again, 31-0 for Ontario.
Not quite like, gridiron football where there's a specific kicker position, but most of these teams seem to have somebody who more often than not is going to handle those conversion attempts. Dingwall's been very good for Ontario.
Well, Ontario have 70-plus unanswered points in these Canada games so far. Still have yet to allow a point yet. Manitoba still pushing hard. They're giving it everything they got, and as a coach, that's all you can ask, is that you leave exhausted, you leave sweating, and that's when you know you left everything out there, and that's what Manitoba's doing. Well, Ontario moving the ball nicely here as they keep it going, and it might just be a hat trick for Polo. It is. 3 tries for her. A hat trick try and an unbelievable game that she'll never forget.
It's the decision making that's so quick, being able to make those passes, being able to see somebody, know you're in trouble, and I need to get this off to a teammate, being able to find that teammate who's open, get her the ball into some space and able to get in, and they add another 2 points as well on the kick. Great job by Ontario.
Well, Ontario are back in action at 4:36 today against Yukon. Manitoba will take on Quebec just before that at 4:14. So these two teams aren't done for the day just yet. 3 games in a day is grueling, especially in such a physical sport. So again, we've talked about it all day. Kudos to all of these athletes, not just in rugby sevens, but in all the sports here.
Able to get away with it in rugby sevens because these games are short, but don't tell anybody coming off the field, well, your game was short, you're fine.
Well, here goes Ontario again. They might make it 43 here, and yes, they will. It's tapped down to the ground by Julia Beasley. This is her first try of these Canada games, and it's a 43-0 lead for Ontario. What a showing from those ladies here.
Dingwall straight through the uprights once again.
Well, she has been picture perfect. 45-0 now for Ontario. A fun day for them here at these games. Well, not so much time left here in this game as Ontario will kick it off. Pops up in the air high. Ontario almost grabbing possession. Manitoba will scoop it up. It's a lovely spin by Fraser, who kept it going, and it's going to be Manitoba possession.
So important in this sport to, know when you have to go defensive, when you have to, I'm not going to beat this tackle, I'm going to go to ground, I've got to take it to my side, I've got to protect the ball, make sure I don't lose possession, able to have my teammates come in from behind and help me out. You can try and do too much and get yourself into trouble. You got to make the smart play. Say, I need a little help from my friends.
Just like the Beatles, baby. So this will probably be the last play of the game, or one of the last plays of the game here. Yes, it will be. 45-0 for Ontario, still undefeated, still no points allowed just yet. Manitoba battling hard in this game. A huge shout out to them. It's hard to play in this heat like this and hang in there the full way, so a huge shout out to that Manitoba team, and a great job by Team Ontario. Well, folks, myself and Matt Little coming to you live from Swilers Rugby Club. Thank you very much for tuning in. Be sure to be kind to one another, stay safe, and we'll see you next time around. It's the beautiful city of St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. It's the 2025 Canada Summer Games.
Good afternoon for the Canada Games 2025, St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. We're at Swilers Rugby Club. Women's preliminary rugby sevens, Team Prince Edward Island, Team Yukon, PEI in white and green, kicking off Yukon in the purple. And they will receive as the ball actually goes up overhead, out of play to start things off here between these two sides.
Well, like we talked about when the two men's teams played, both of these teams are teams that love to punch above their weight. Two small places in Canada, PEI, the smallest province, Yukon, one of the smallest territories and places in our great country. But they love to punch above their weight, and this should be a phenomenal game between these two squads.
Both of these teams looking for their first points of the competition, both on the wrong side of shutouts back in the first games. We'll see what happens here. My name is Matt Little. Seth Hyde alongside me for the call here in English. All of our games across the Canada Games available en français as well. And we're happy you're with us wherever you're watching, whether that's through the Canada Games website itself, NTV+, CBC Gem. Lots of option as we take in everything.
And to make it best of all, it's all free as well.
You can't beat that. Prince Edward Island charging forward. Over the line, down for the try. That'll be their first points of the competition.
Good.
Just a minute 10 in.
Good for Prince Edward Island to get on the board here. Huge, huge, huge for them. And they're up 5-0 to get it started here against Team Yukon. Didn't quite catch who got the try there, Matt. Did you see? Oh. No, I don't think we
Yeah,
have
I was
an
waiting
answer
for the
here.
announcer
Yeah.
to say it.
We don't have an answer here, folks, unfortunately.
Anyway, back to it. 5-0. Prince Edward Island over Yukon very early on. Of course, these games go quickly. Just 2 7-minute halves with a short 1-minute break in between. 7 players on the pitch per side. These games are fast and furious as the kick is up and out of bounds once again. Into touch. So the players will have to go up for this one more time as Yukon throws in. Nice grab out of the air, but dropped onto the pitch. Referee blows things down and Yukon will be in control.
Well, Yukon has a strong roster of multi-sport athletes. Number 7, Maddie Parsons, is in U19 female hockey. She got 3rd place at the AWG in 2024. And Kara McLean, number 62, 16 years old from Whitehorse. Volleyball Nationals gold medal in 2025, silver in 2024.
Now you'll see that a lot across these rosters from the territories. AWG, that's the Arctic Winter Games that many of these athletes have competed in. And here comes Prince Edward Island, back on the attack. Madison Martin, the big ball carrier, and now it's dished off. PEI rumbling forward. Will beat the last defender, and PEI will carry it to the middle, in for the try. That's Rabayev, scoring 5 more for Prince Edward Island. I believe it was Madison Martin had the first try, and this is Rabayev on the second for Prince Edward Island.
Well, Rabayev, 18 years old from Stratford, a veteran on this team. And PEI are off to a dream start here, up 10-0 in this matchup.
Make it 12 as the kick is good.
Well done to PEI. I gotta say, PEI is some of the sharpest dressed teams that we have seen here so far.
Don't mind me, as you were.
There are very few uniforms that I don't like along the way here, but you're absolutely right, Seth. Both of these are fantastic. Love the white and green with those hints of black for PEI, and the Yukon purple, absolutely iconic. I cannot get enough every time I see Team Yukon on the pitch. And here they come. Stopped up here, Team Prince Edward Island will control as we go into the scrum. Turkey. Ball in for Prince Edward Island. Get just over half before being taken down. Now PEI on the rush. Turning on the Jets. Ahead of the defender. They're chasing her down. They're going to get there, but not before the line. That's 5 points for PEI. Great effort by Yukon to chase down the ball carrier. Got to her, but just ran out of field.
PEI so good on those wings. All of their points so far, despite the conversion kicks, have all come from rushes off those wings. So well done from this speedy team from Atlantic Canada.
Kick from distance, doesn't quite have the legs. So it will stay 17-0. Going into the final minute here in the first half, 17-0 PEI, as they've been in good control here.
Well, Yukon just trying to get on the board here. Fact about the games here in Newfoundland and Labrador, this is the third edition of the games we've hosted, summer and winter. A territory has never won a medal in either of the games, so they're in search of their first medal ever in Newfoundland and Labrador.
Out wide right, PEI will get there. Turned that corner around the defender and touches down for the try. That's number 5, Maya Roberts.
Maya Roberts, again, the speed of this PEI team, the 18-year-old from Charlottetown who plays for the PEI Abbeys. She was 2025 U17 Player of the Year, and she showed why just then.
Looking for the kick, that won't go.
Ooh, and we got some music playing here now, Matt.
Try and make this thing a bit of a show. And why not? People have come from far and wide. You can see, or you and I can see some t-shirts down just the left position of our camera. Yukon do it.
Ooh, love it.
So they've traveled a long way for this one. Make some noise and cheer on the Yukon territory. Ball's going to be brought back to half. Going to have to work quickly to get anything done here. Yukon will just charge straight forward and beat the D doing it. Oh, they catch back up and pull her down. That was just a great run by Vangel going straight forward for Team Yukon. They're still in possession. We're still going here in half one. If Yukon can keep this thing moving. Looking for a little help, they'll get it. Can they make the pitch out? No. On the ground, picked up again by Yukon. Back to the ground, they'll pick it back up. Team Yukon taken down to the turf one more time, turned over to PEI. A good tackle by Yukon prevents them from getting down pitch. And PEI says enough of this. Just boots it out of play, and that'll be all for half number one. Yukon showing a little life right at the end of the half. PEI doesn't want any of that. They're already up 22-0, and they will take it into the half. So good to see Yukon stepping up a little bit there toward the end of the first half, starting to get down the field. See if they can get some points on the board and give their fans something to cheer about.
Well, Yukon are also in search of their first ever rugby points here in Newfoundland and Labrador as well. We've never hosted rugby here at the games, so they're looking for that as well. They never got any points for the male team this morning either, but you know, they're playing hard, and that's all that matters.
Yukon coming up in 5 games from now. It'll be the men's team in action. They'll be taking on Team Nova Scotia. And the women's rugby sevens team from the Yukon, their third match of the day will be against Ontario. So a real tough challenge to show their mettle, show what they're made of. Make some noise and hit back against one of the powerhouses of this competition. Yukon kicking off to start half number 2. It's Edward Island looking for space. Yukon takes her down. Good tackle by Tsutsumi. PEI forward again. Ball comes loose. On the floor, Yukon came up with it. Yukon will get forward a little bit. Sydney Sinclair trying to drive forward before she's taken down. PEI stealing possession, but the referee says no. That will stay with Team Yukon. And they get right back on the horse. Parsons moving forward. Out wide, Yukon trying to scoop up the loose ball, and they will. Referee stops things again. That's a knock on. And we're going to go into the scrum between these two teams.
Well, it looks like the sun has passed us over here, Matt. We got some nice shade here now at last. It was a warm morning here at the Swilers Rugby Club, but now it's turned out to be a beautiful day here.
She's still warm. But yeah, we're not directly in the sunbeam right at the moment. I'm sure that's of little comfort to the players who do not have any shade, but they're pumping nonetheless. PEI into the end zone for the try. Prince Edward Island gets the score. Nina Kenny adding another 5 points for the Islanders.
Well, 16 years old out of Summerside, playing on the wing, and we got to see why with that speed right there. PEI haven't had any trouble. Once they get past the defense, they just fly in to the end zone.
Add another 2 points as well. So 2 minutes into the second half, and it's 29 for Prince Edward Island.
Well, this is the 15th game of the day here at the Swilers Rugby Club. It's been a large day of rugby, and we're not even halfway there yet.
Yukon trying to gobble up that loose ball, immediately tackled by PEI as soon as they got it under control. And now PEI looking to move forward with it. Prince Edward Island with the pitch out to the left side, ball on the turf. They'll pick it up, but referee stopping things. Knocked on again. And the players will come in for another scrum with Yukon to set the ball. Number 7, Maddie Parsons, will put it into play. And a quick substitution for Yukon as well. Ella Johnston coming into the game, wearing number 6. PEI comes up with it, charging forward right through the D. Just using the size, turning it on, going straight through. Rabayev with her second try of the afternoon.
Rabayev again showing up for PEI largely in this game and in this tournament. She had a great game this morning against Ontario. And PEI is starting to creep up on making their differential even here if they can keep running up the score against Yukon.
Maya Roberts puts that one through the uprights for another 2 for Prince Edward Island. Now, just a great job by the captain, Rabayev, on that try. What is the shortest distance between 2 points? It's a straight line. Sometimes you just put your head down, lower that shoulder, and just go forward. And it worked out. Ball up, takes a pop, and PEI able to scoop up the loose ball. Looking for some help, they'll get it, but things stopped up. Another knock on, says the referee, and another scrum on the way. Three players aside lined up, as well as one each beside the jumble of limbs. And Yukon comes out with it. It's Parsons. Yukon pitching it out wide left. Finally running into that PEI wall. Yukon will get it into the backfield again. They'll try the other direction. Good turn, good turn. Does she have the legs? Defender coming and brings her down. Good hustle by the D as Satsumi had gotten in behind everybody. PEI coming up with the loose ball again. Minute and a half to go. As Prince Edward Island flips it out and turning on the speed. The defenders going as hard as they can. Flying in there actually is Lalonde, but she won't get there in time. Just in time to touch up as that ball goes down for the try.
Leah Hanlon picking up the try there of Charlottetown, 18 years old. Plays for Colonel Gray High School, center/winger. And that's got to be so stressful to have to touch the ball off the ground rather than just being able to run in freely like American football. And that's what makes this sport so challenging.
Yeah, you know, even when scoring, you might well get drilled.
It's worth it for those points.
Yeah, it's like an egregious fouls kind of penalty in the NFL, but rugby, yeah, that just happens. Your fault for not touching it down sooner.
Just 30 seconds left to play here in this second half, and the day has continued to fly by here.
PEI with the kick. Yukon will pick it up off the turf. PEI trying to pull it right out of the hands. Yukon looking to protect that ball. Referee says everybody hold on. This will be Yukon's ball. They'll pick it up and get going quickly as we've reached 7 minutes. Yukon trying to come down the wing. And that one stepped out over the line. Flag goes up, and that's game. PEI defeats the Yukon territory by a score of 41-0 here in preliminary round play. Big win for Prince Edward Island, brings them up to 1-1. Yukon falls to 0-2, and both teams still have another game to go a little bit later on this afternoon.
Well, what a game from both squads here. Yukon showing some life throughout. Obviously not the result they wanted, but a really, really well-played game from both teams.
For Seth Hyde, I'm Matt Little. Stay with us. Lots and lots more Rugby Sevens to come here from the 2025 Canada Games in Newfoundland and Labrador.